Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 16 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner?
Here.
Councilmember Bannister?
Here.
Councilmember Griswold? Here. Councilmember Lum?
Here.
Councilmember Grant?
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman? Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Eaton? Here. Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Councilmember Smith? Present. Councilmember Remlawi?
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Malawi, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Bannister.
I would like to bring back reconsideration of the PPM, Plan Project Modification at 616 East Washington.
So that's a motion, motion for reconsideration. We'll put that after DS1, if that's all right.
Sure. Thank you.
I have a message into Mr. McDonald. There's a question whether or not development agreement at this stage can be brought back on reconsideration. We've advised on the past, so we will be getting information to you. We just found out about this.
In the
So-
meantime, we'll have DS2. Motion for reconsideration of the, whatever that one was. Further discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Lum.
I'd like to pull, sorry. I'm a little discombobulated.
All in favor of the agenda as amended?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. You're new here, Councilmember Lum. I appreciate that. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
We do, Mayor. This is our last meeting of the year, so I want to wish everyone best for the holidays. It's been a long, fruitful year, and hope we can take time to reflect on the many accomplishments. I want to recognize members of our Parks and Recreation team, particularly Hillary Hansel, Cheryl Sam, and Colin Smith, in that we received a $300,000 Universal Access Grant and Site Improvements award from the DNR to improve accessibility at the Argo boat livery. Would also advise everyone that municipal offices are closed December 24th and 25th, and December 31st and January 1st. The closing date for people interested in the opportunity to be a police service specialist cadet closes on December 22nd as well. And with that, I want to ask the indulgence to have Sherry Sell come up and introduce some distinguished guests this evening. Sherry is one of our HR service reps and also doubles as our diversity, equity, and inclusion officer.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. I'm very pleased to introduce SDS Global Enterprises, who is our diversity, equity, and inclusion consultants that will be helping us over the course of the next year and 2 years to develop a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. This is Dr. Shirley Davis, and I'll let you introduce your staff.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to work with you to build a more inclusive city of Ann Arbor. I am thrilled to introduce Captain LaPonda Fitzpatrick, who's been working with SDS Global for the last 4 years, and also Cindy Ramirez-Ryan, who's also been with the organization for the last 4 years. Both of them have very extensive experience in human resources. Captain LaPonda Fitzpatrick is a retired captain in the Los Angeles Police Department for the city of Los Angeles. And Cindy and I are more than 30 years in of human resources and talent management experience. So we're looking forward to working with the city on helping to become more inclusive and to build a greater value for diversity and equity.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Looking forward to working with you.
And finally, I would like to recognize Officer Tuff, who is here, I think, in the corner back there, providing help this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time clock. As a matter of courtesy, we may have only one person speaking at a time. And finally, if you require assistance in speaking before council today, we'd be delighted to provide it to you. Our first speaker today is Brian Chambers.
I am Brian Chambers of 2815 Ember Way in the 3rd Ward, and was appointed by the mayor to the Contractor Selection Committee for the Community Visioning and Master Land Use Update. First and foremost, I want to state my appreciation for the opportunity that the mayor and council provided me and others on the council-appointed team. Personally, I believe that the selection process led by the city planning manager, Brett Lenart, was clearly framed with understood criteria and a decision-making approach. The city deserves great credit. Through scoring and open dialogue, I believe that Interface is the right and best fit for the city. There were no objections to them or anyone stating that they would not work with them on the project. This itself, as a form of consensus, speaks well for the city's RFP and selection process. The appointee team continued to meet to hammer out an agreed list of recommendations to bring to the city and council based on best professional practices and hence cost value for the city. It was not necessarily our intent to delay the project by submitting them when we did. We knew the proposed contract would be to council on the 16th. We wanted to take our time rather than rush a watered-down version. Tonight, I only speak for myself to convey my intent for forging an agreed list of recommendations. First and foremost is demonstrating, that agreement is possible across these complex topics. This is not easy given the current political climate, even here in Ann Arbor. Second for me are the recommendations calling for alignment with related city initiatives on climate, affordable housing, transportation, floodplain management, among others. We want assurances that these will be integrated efforts. Third is to instill the project a commitment to equity. This emphasis was made in our recommendations on outreach and public engagement, steering committee structure, communication plan, statistical sampling methodology, and value model framework overall. Equity is critical. 40% of Ann Arborites spend more than 30% of their income on housing. Families below the area median income often cannot afford new construction. And while over 70% of residents have a 4-year degree or more, it is only 55% of 20 and 30-year-olds. Something's amiss. As a result of all of these economic factors, the Ann Arbor area is the most economically segregated in the Midwest. Fourth, on a related basis for Ann Arbor, is the missing middle, both in housing architectures and economic brackets. This can be addressed in major ways, for example, by incorporating union members from professions represented of the missing middle: police, fire, teachers, university faculty and staff, hospital staff, and the trades, and organizations focused on integration into the process and especially on the steering committee. Who gets a seat at the table? I have 10 more seconds. And with what decision-making breadth determines the degree to which equity-based sustainable development can be the basis of what emerges for Ann Arbor. A potential slogan for the project could be, "Won't you be my neighbor?" It's inviting to others and envisions a welcoming and neighborly Ann Arbor.
Thank
It
you.
applies to homeowners, renters, commuters, business, the university and tech community, and those who choose to live in dense, high-rise structures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Ritter.
Hello, everyone. Julie Ritter, 920 Catherine. Thank you, City Council and Planning, for trying something new and including everyday citizens of Ann Arbor in the formal planning process. It has been quite an experience, and the ward reps and the mayoral appointee ended up as a solid group of colleagues with respect for one another. Keep doing this again. Based on everything I know about this city, we do need an outside consultant to run the master planning process. It's a complicated project to orchestrate with many moving parts, some of them in conflict, some still being defined, and most of them politically sensitive. Ann Arbor does not have a deep enough bench to play all the positions. The city is already going to have to partner with a consultant in many ways that will be demanding of staff and citizens. Interface is an excellent consultancy and came out ahead in both rounds of evaluation and interview. They have the solid experience and staff to carry out a fair, balanced, thorough planning process, free of bias. They don't have a dog in this fight. But the current versions of their work plan and contract do not go far enough to ensure the kind of information gathering, trust, and community building necessary for a plan that is facing the many challenges that we face. Listening to an NPR man-on-the-street interview in Paris this weekend about the strikes and protest marches, the droll response was, "Reform and change are great as long as you don't have to do anything differently yourself." How do we take the massive changes heading our way and shape a plan in response? How do we plan for things we don't know? Ann Arbor is going to have to reform itself in the face of climate crisis, inequity issues, housing affordability, and transportation choices, among many other topics. Everyone is going to have to change. To be successful, the plan and the city need to win the trust of everyone, and trust is gained through demonstrating trustworthy behavior. This starts with connection and inclusion. When people are excluded from any process, they lose trust. For a reliable path forward, this plan needs input from as wide a swath of citizens as possible and advice from experts wherever they may be. This is why our recommendations include broad public outreach, robust engagement, a large number of advisory committees and target groups, and a steering committee of 18 to 20 people representing a broad demographic of Ann Arbor. Everyone in the city is entitled to have a voice in the plan for its future. Every comment will inform the process and be traceable. The intention is that all who desire to contribute will be welcomed and heard. The intention plays out in different ways in different parts of the work plan by valuing inclusion, diversity, transparency, and accountability among a longer list of many qualities. Our goal is that the final plan gains support from everyone who participates. The statistically valid survey we recommend assures that all the city is heard in a balanced and fair way. Make Ann Arbor a leader, not of the past, but a leader for the future. Please include all our recommendations in the final work plan and contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Palms.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Janine Palms, and I live on 2656 Easy Street. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the consultant selection process for the Master Land Use Plan. I appreciate the trust and the willingness to invite citizens into this process. Thank you for selecting me. I learned very much about this kind of process and about working with others whom I had not known previously. Through numerous meetings, conversations, and electronic communications, we grew to be a team, trusting that we would eventually find consensus. I am also grateful to city staff for the energy, thoughtful planning, and expertise they brought to this process. I am especially impressed with and grateful for the facilitation skills that Brett Leonard brought to this challenge. His capacity to organize, consolidate, and focus on the essential points in our work allowed us to move along. He guided with respect, patience, receptiveness to diverse opinions, confidence in the process, and trust in us. I'm excited about the opportunity that Master Land Use Planning offers to the city. It's an opportunity to clarify our values, our principles, to set a vision of what we want this city to look like in 5 years, in 10 years. What will Ann Arbor look like being carbon neutral? What will it look like with a master land use plan informed by our values that incorporates adequate housing and jobs for all, transportation that allows us to move in ways that support the health of those being transported, as well as the health of the thruway. Healthy, locally produced food accessible to all, clean water for all, backups and resiliency in the face of climate breakdown, meaningful education accessible to all, and thriving natural ecosystems networked throughout the landscapes. The public process that the land use plan initiates will engage us, the citizens of this city, in formulating and clarifying our values. This process can become fertile ground for building community as we grapple with the huge issues of our time to discern the part we can play in it. There lies in our neighborhoods, our communities, the strength, ingenuity, creativity, and generosity to create a vision that works for all, to create the paths to that vision, and to act to make it a reality. We can create a new story, starting in our neighborhoods, that, in the words of George Monbiot, can be called the politics of belonging. Thank you for this opportunity for restoration, for a new beginning, for the trust in the citizens of this city to participate fully in the creation of a new story of how we can live. I look forward to approval of the resolution to authorize an agreement with Interface for community visioning and master land use plan services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Carmen.
My name is Wendy Carmen, 2340 Georgetown, from the 2nd Ward. I, too, was appointed to the selection committee. Involving members of the public in the selection process was a great step in the right direction, and we were all honored to join. And I believe Interface Studio can do the job. The appointee team represented a broad spectrum of views, yet proudly we were able to work together to provide a consensus list of recommendations. We informed planning that we had some concerns and would be sending the recommendations. Midway through the process, we provided planning with a draft and sat down to discuss it. Our final recommendations were provided both to staff and to council. State law requires the city to review their master plan every 5 years, and we have been successfully meeting that law, but in pieces over time. This time around, we are intending to overhaul the entire master plan, base it on city values not yet established, and try to pare the document down to about 100 pages. You may think that master planning is trivial, but it's the foundation of our zoning and land use codes and directly affects each and every citizen. Evaluating the master plan is the Planning Commission's job. They and staff can and did send out the RFP without participation of the City Council. Yet Council has control over and obligations for the final product. They not only need to approve the contract, which includes the work plan and the budget, they will need to shoulder the responsibility for the consequences of the project and vote on the final plan. Our recommendation include topics such as asking for a more balanced involvement of the public, real people, not just stakeholders, and asking for a valid statistical survey of residents' opinions. The opinion-gathering mechanisms described in the work plan are fine if you are looking for ideas to talk about, and that's an appropriate part of this process, but they are not valid for evaluating the residents' city values or for estimating residents' support for someone else's values. This is a big deal project, it's a big deal budget, and it affects all of our residents. So speaking for myself, I believe it can work with few modifications. I don't believe you can do it with a pass it now and fix it later plan. In my career as a statistical consultant, you nailed things down before you signed a contract with the client because you never can guarantee what will happen otherwise. I hope you will pull it from the consent agenda and schedule work session time to address the contract. You should understand what's being proposed, the budget and our recommendations, and be able to commit to what you are taking on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Silkworth.
Good evening. My name is David Silkworth. I'm a resident of 5th Ward. I'm here tonight to speak about 2 items on tonight's agenda. The first is CA8, the resolution to authorize a professional services agreement with Interface Studio, LLC, for community visioning and master land use plan services. I believe that this is perhaps the most important update that our city will undertake over the next 20 years because it prescribes what our built environment could become. The decisions made here in this process will impact everyone who lives here. I've read the council agenda response memo pertaining to tonight's agenda, and I'm concerned about several issues that were raised. For example, whether or not transportation elements from our recently contracted transportation master plan update will be concisely incorporated into it. whether or not to adopt the recommendations to create an 18 to 20-member steering committee, which also includes specific recommendations to include representatives from various neighborhood groups, and exactly who will be the local community members hired to perform the public outreach for this project. But what concerns me the most is the fact that the consultant is charging more than $750,000 for a scope of work that doesn't include a statistically valid community survey. How are we to know what the community aspirations are without collecting statistically valid data? The 5 open houses that have been proposed, with 1 in each ward, is a good start. But they won't provide the kinds of statistically valid data needed to assist you, our policymakers, in making informed, data-driven decisions. This will be a process extending over the next 2 to 4 years. So I would like to urge all of you to not rush to approve this tonight. Instead, I ask that you postpone this resolution until all of this can be worked out in greater detail, and I ask that you not approve a final contract until it contains the level of detail needed to ensure that all of the diverse voices within our community are included. The second item on tonight's agenda that I would like to discuss is DC3, the resolution to endorse House Bill 4738 and the creation of a statewide crosswalk law. I fully support this resolution because it would be advantageous for both pedestrians and motorists throughout Michigan. The advantage to a statewide law is that it would standardize rights and responsibilities for all crosswalk users, which can be taught and enforced consistently throughout the state. I believe that this uniformity with proper education and enforcement will lead to improved pedestrian safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Hull.
Hi, Tim Hull here. I'm a member of the Transportation and Disability Commissions, but I'm not speaking on behalf of either commission. I'm speaking only on my own behalf. Anyway, the topic is the DC3, the resolution to endorse HB 4738 and the creation of the statewide crosswalk law. When Ann Arbor's local crosswalk ordinance was first passed, I was somewhat skeptical of how well it would work in practice as an Ann Arbor-specific ordinance in a place that attracts out-of-town visitors. However, since enforcement has increased and awareness has spread, we've seen drastically improved compliance, something I've noticed firsthand as a pedestrian when comparing my experience when I was here in like 2012 to when I came back in 2016. And not forcing pedestrians to enter the road and risk life for vehicles to stop is a lot safer than forcing pedestrians to make the first move. At the same point, I can see the benefit of improved awareness and less confusion that having a uniform statewide crosswalk law would bring, if that uniform statewide crosswalk law protected the safety of pedestrians as our current ordinance does. However, HB 4738 in its current form does not do this. It merely calls for vehicles to stop for pedestrians in the crosswalk and does not explicitly include those waiting at the curb as our current ordinance does. While it may not explicitly overturn the existing ordinance, it doesn't explicitly say it doesn't, and many believe it will based on past legal precedent on preemption. While this law may be an improvement for Michigan cities that have no current crosswalk law, it would be a step back for Ann Arbor if it does preempt our local ordinance. We don't want to go back to forcing pedestrians, including pedestrians with disabilities, to stop into traffic for vehicles to stop for them, as we've already seen how ineffective that approach is. If you want to endorse a statewide crosswalk ordinance, as the council has previously indicated, I encourage you to seek changes to the current draft legislation for either to require drivers to step for pedestrians in the curb, perhaps by including that in the definition of crosswalk, or explicitly allow cities to set their own stricter crosswalk laws. As HB 4738 doesn't contain such language, I'd encourage council to reject this resolution and/or adopt an alternative that urges the state legislator to consider language that provides better protection for pedestrians. Transportation Commission has already issued a recommendation rejecting this current draft law. And if this should pass council, I would encourage the mayor to exercise his veto.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Gordon.
Good evening, everybody. I too am opposed to the current draft of the legislation for a number of reasons. First of all, be mindful it's not about you or me. It's about the very old, the very young, and the disabled communities. That's who we're trying to protect with good pedestrian safety laws. When I was here, I think it was roughly 2010 when we passed the current standard, the police explained that the then current law, which is all we'd go back to if this passes at the state level, was unenforceable. The very nature of wanting a uniform crosswalk law assumes Michigan's homogeneous. It's not. There are towns like Ann Arbor, there's Royal Oak, and there's East Lansing, but there's also Palomo and Westphalia. There's also Manchester closer to here. We are not a homogeneous state, not even close to it. So why should we have homogeneous laws affecting the safety of pedestrians? Next. I agree with the idea of setting the current proposed bill as a floor that communities are able to go beyond in protecting bicyclists and pedestrians. The other obvious solution to this is to amend the current definition of crosswalk to include, say, a 5-foot buffer along the walkway parallel to the crosswalk and count that as part of the crosswalk. Maybe the strangest part of this all to me is when I was in Lansing, I was always fighting against preemption bills. And I'm sure you're familiar with what I'm talking about. Here we are at the city level trying to cede control of our pedestrian safety in a preemption law that we enforced against us. I don't understand why the city would support such a thing. I urge you to reject DC3.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabi Safani.
Okay, my name is Mujgan Savabi Esfahani. I am going to be running for city council in the coming elections. I will be replacing Mr. Jack Eaton, who has spent the past 7 years that he has sit there. He has spent it with virtually no impact on our waters. We have very dirty water in Ann Arbor. I've been talking about it for many, many months. And what I'm saying is that you are going the way that you have gone for 30 years, and it has allowed more and more expanded plume. We have a larger plume now than we have ever had, and you are getting around to spending more money on expensive lawyers' fees and endless litigation and years of our lives spent waiting for a cleanup of this massive dioxin contamination. I have advocated and I will continue to advocate for immediate cleanup of this toxic plume. Mr. Hayner has more information than anybody needs to tell us the road that you have traveled for 30 years has been miserably wrong. You have spent hundreds and thousands of dollars in endless lawyers' fees and litigation fees, and it has brought us no relief from contamination. You are doing very similarly with PFAS contamination. Our waters see spikes of PFAS here and there and everywhere, yet the industry that is putting out this contamination has not been closed down. If a city is serious about health of its citizens, you would have gone aggressively against this industry, Tribar in Wixom, and you would have shut it down. That is what I expect to see from my city council members. That is what I expect to see from Mr. Eaton, who represents Ward 4, which will be replaced by me. And I will go very seriously and aggressively to address these public health issues. So I want to tell you, this money that you're going to allow yourselves to pay for lawyers, $300 an hour, to continue this endless litigation and lawyer games that you have been playing, it's wrong. You're spending this money in a wrong way. People of Ann Arbor are sick and tired of this posture towards contamination of our waters, which is the largest in the world. You have allowed this dioxin contamination to become the largest in the world. This is a big shame on our records, on your records. You can get serious and go after polluters and bring them to justice, but you won't. Because in your hearts, you are standing with polluters. You're protecting them. So stop it, clean it up.
Thank you.
Put the shovel to the ground and clean it up now.
Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Well, I agree that spending $500,000 on lawyers after 30 years of spending all that money on lawyers, having all those meetings endlessly, talking about the state and the federal government are somehow going to rescue you. After 30 years, I don't believe that you are ever going to move beyond the endless expenditure for lawyers, the endless meetings, the endless promises of state and federal help that never comes. To me, I agree that the only thing that makes sense is for the city council to make sure that shovels go in the ground now, that the cleanup starts now, aggressively, against this poisonous dioxane plume. Now, you've had 30 years you've been wasting your time. Now it's time to get shovels in the ground. If you need to have a public millage vote to pay for it, great. I'm sure the public will decide to do it. But endless meetings, endless lawyers, endless state and federal musical chairs games, I don't see how that is going to be the same as actually putting your shovels in the ground now and cleaning up the pollution now. And I agree that Council Member Eaton has been useless in this regard, but he also has distinguished himself in a really horrible way, otherwise being steadfastly opposed to Palestinian human rights resolutions in this city council. For most of his 7 years in this city council, he's nodding his head. Yes, for most of his 7 years in this city council, Eaton has taken the racist and outrageous position of opposing Palestinian human rights resolutions. And I will be glad at election time to see him put out to pasture. Any comment from Eaton? He smiled. It's no matter for amusement to see Israel gunning down thousands of Palestinian human rights marchers and to throw all your weight, as Eaton has, towards blocking any Palestinian human rights resolution in this council. For that reason alone, he needs to be retired from this city council as soon as possible at election time, not to mention his neglect of the environment.
Our next speaker is Deb Pollock.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and Administrator Lazarus. I'm Deb Pollock, Director of the Arts Alliance and resident of Ward 5, and I'm here regarding the Historic Entertainment Sound District ordinance being introduced for its first reading tonight. The Arts Alliance members are the arts and creative industries in the greater Ann Arbor region that add to its vibrancy, economy, quality of life and place, and make it an arts and cultural entertainment destination. The Arts Alliance is in favor of this proposed amendment to the sound ordinance of the City of Ann Arbor if it accomplishes the intent stated in the information provided, which is to be protective of both the business owners and the users of the area as well as nearby residents. However, before adoption, the Arts Alliance requests that the proposed ordinance be postponed until it is clearly defined, its broader impact be considered, and that it be applied fully to benefit all the residents, businesses, and arts, cultural, creative, entertainment, festival, fair, event presenters, producers, and providers. Specifically, we ask council to consider To expand the Historic Entertainment Sound District as defined to include the entirety of the entertainment districts and arts and cultural providers that have historically been in the location of the downtown area, but in recent years where residences have developed. The downtown is fortunate to have in the State Street, the South U, Main Street, and Carytown districts plenty of these venues. Second, the language and name, Historic Entertainment Sound District, used in the proposal raises a few questions that should be clarified. Is this a sound ordinance amendment? Is it a district or neighborhood designation? Is it defining a historic entertainment venues and businesses? And how does it impact zoning, or how is it to be applied? Is it intended to allow or deny any new business from coming online from opening a similar entertainment, arts, or cultural venue? Something like the city center library lot. Is that going to be allowed or not allowed? Or maybe if 415 West Washington was to be developed as an arts performing center. Would that be allowed or would it not? Last, the greater Ann Arbor area is an arts destination. More simply, we have a community that is already doing much of this. Speaking on behalf of those we represent, we are opposed to designating an area by entertainment disciplines or art forms. There is no line of demarcation. The sector works collectively and cooperatively to promote itself as an arts destination. Please, rather than subdividing downtown by art forms, please continue to designate the areas geographically, because doing so offers patrons and consumers directional information. I restate that we're interested and supportive of the sound ordinance designation and change, but please postpone this so that all that will be affected have time to chime in and provide the information that's necessary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Griswold.
Tonight at 6 o'clock, I participated in a podcast by Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Thriving Cities. And I just want to point out one thing. The cities where there were universities, the number one concern was affordable housing. For the other cities, they toured 19 cities. Affordable housing was in the top 3. So affordable housing is a major issue throughout the urban areas of Michigan. Number 2, I continue to work on the communications resolution. There's been a lot of interest in that. The focus is on transparency, collaboration of council members, and accuracy of data. I will be sending that to the Council Rules Committee, as Councilmember Nelson has expressed some interest in taking a look at it and possibly amending it. And the third thing is regarding the 1,4-dioxane. There will be a meeting in January on the 16th that our Congresswoman Debbie Dingell has arranged. The EPA and Eagle will be present. I see this as a tremendous opportunity to get information so that we can make a decision with the most informed information possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Just had 4 quick announcements. Those of you following the residential parking permit program, we've been working behind the scenes, and the customer service team is now fully equipped to respond to any program-related issues relating to residential parking permits. And so residents could reach out to the customer service team at customerservice@a2gov.org or call them directly at 794-6320. And the Environmental Commission has been busy. Not only tonight do we have a resolution about heritage trees, but we will also be bringing in the first of the year a resolution about the food gatherers and their work to help with our carbon neutrality and methane gas emissions. So that one is, we're working on some fee waiver issues and the resolution itself. And we are, the Environmental Commission, through the Natural Features Subcommittee, we're also working on integrated practices, integrated for pesticide management, best practices, and we're pulling together some proactive outreach education materials to the community about herbicides and pesticides. So those two, food gatherers and pesticides, are coming from the Environmental Commission. And then lastly, those of you who were following the affordable housing and 2857 Packard Road, Jennifer Hall from the Housing Commission and others are still working on the feasibility of housing, affordable housing at 2857 Packard. And so just wanted to remind everyone that January 13, Monday night, will be a working session on affordable housing, and we'll get an update on all 12 of the city-owned properties being considered for affordable housing. Thank you.
Further communications from council? I have nothing for this evening. We now come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Lum.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull CA 8, CA 12, and CA 13, please.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Ramlawi.
I'd like to pull CA 20.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment on CA 4, the Fourth Amendment to professional services for Bodman for legal services to 1,4-dioxin issue. And I have to agree with our speakers that it's painful to see money go into legal services at $300 an hour when we have a cleanup issue in front of us like this. And when we had the joint working session last week with the county and the townships, and it was just kind of an interesting thing, the way they had the room set up. And there was public at the start, and we had our public conversation at the start. And then, we have to go in our closed session and discuss things that the court has not allowed us to discuss with the public, with public experts, with others in the field outside of that room. And it's very frustrating for me personally, and I'm sure it is for my colleagues, that we can't share this information. But more importantly than sharing the information is we can't seek the advice and counsel of those who have been following this matter closer than anybody for the last 30 years, 25 years. So that's frustrating to me. And so then we went in the closed session, they closed up the room, and 2 rows worth of attorneys and their staff and all their billholders came behind the door with us. And it's just it just didn't feel right. And so I apologize for that. But I do want to say, I think we're all trying to, I'll speak for myself. I'm trying to do the best I can, and I hope others are too, and we're working on it.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for pulling those items, and I just have some brief comments on CA 16 and CA 9. CA 16 is a large change order. It's over $300,000, and it relates to the 2019 sidewalk repair program. The change order is being presented after the fact, after all the money's already been spent, and obviously that's a violation of our process. We would not have known that, however, unless I had asked a question about it, because it did seem a bit odd. The response acknowledged the process issue and indicated steps were being taken to make sure it does not happen again. That's good, but what's concerning is that the violation was not acknowledged and explained up front in the cover memo. People make mistakes, there are oversights, that's okay and completely understandable, but transparent, accountable organizations acknowledge the mistakes, fix them, and move on. They don't try to slide them through instead without any acknowledgement. If the cover memo had addressed this, I wouldn't be bringing it up tonight, but it didn't. And while I recognize this isn't a huge deal, it's just not the kind of transparency and accountability I think we should be striving for. On a more pleasant note, I wanted to mention that CA 9, which is to approve the Brownfield agreement, which is paying for the cleanup costs at Leslie Science Center. The grant is for over $500,000, and that's money the city would otherwise have been spending. The county has really stepped up on this one, and that's appreciated. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA 8, 12, 13, and 20, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda, with the exception of CA 8, 12, 13, and 20, is approved, with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 11, CA 17, and that is all. Pardon me, thank you, CA 4. Thank you. CA 8, resolution to authorize a professional services agreement with Interface Studio LLC for community visioning and master use land use planning services in the amount of $791,737. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of CA 8. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a huge deal. I'd like to thank the members of the committee who are here tonight and who addressed us during public commentary. They've done men and women's work, and your dedication and the product that you deliver to us is outstanding, and it reflects your hard work and diligence. And so thank you very, very much. As many of you noted, this master plan update is one of the most important things that will happen in our city. The actions and direction of the update will likely dramatically impact what Ann Arbor is years from now. Its feel, its character, its vibrancy in the downtown and in our neighborhoods. I agree with staff that it's past time for an update. We're working with documents and plans that are now decades old, and much has changed. It is a massive task, but one that we must undertake. And I applaud staff for the process that's transpired in the evaluation of the consultant proposals. It has been an incredibly thorough process, and the addition of the council-appointed group as part of the evaluation team was a really positive addition. My sincere thanks again to both the staff and the council-appointed group for your Herculean efforts. The reports and recommendations you've provided us and the community are invaluable. You've all done excellent work. Thank you very, very much. Because this is so important to the future of our city, it is absolutely essential that we get it right. And that means setting the process and the structure correctly up front. I'm not fully confident we've done that, and I do think, as has been suggested, that a work session would be very helpful before we finalize the contract. And also I think we should adopt key recommendations of the council-appointed group related to the steering committee roles and membership and the vetting of the city values through a statistically valid community survey. Please don't get me wrong. My suggestion that we take a slight pause to ensure we've got it right and make a couple of structural changes is not to say staff's recommendations are fundamentally flawed. The evaluation process and recommendations are solid. But I think that they could be improved a bit by taking a bit more time to review and digest the council-appointed team recommendations. I think a broad-based steering committee, as has been recommended, will ensure the process remains on track and consistent with the whole of the community's views and values, and vetting the values via a scientific resident survey that are used to guide the process would both ensure more community buy-in and provide a greater probability that the actual land use and zoning updates reflect community preferences. I'm very interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say and whether you share my concerns, but as I said, I'm not yet comfortable that we're ready to hit the go button. Yes, we do need to update the master plan. Yes, staff has done a good job in bringing us to this point, but I'm not convinced that a bit more work, okay?
Councilmember,
And
thank
tweaking
you.
would not result in significantly improved structure and process. I do have a couple of amendments about the survey and the steering committee that I can send you, and I'm hopeful that we'll postpone it for a work session, and I can send you these amendments, and we can amend it before if we postpone. Thank you.
Councilor Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Lum for outlining important concerns about this. I want to thank staff for a process that included residents in the selection of the consultant. I think this is an important method for getting community input at an early stage of the process. I especially want to thank the citizens who participated in that selection process. And I want to thank those citizens for their work after the selection had been made. I think they have given us a good idea of what we need to address before we approve this resolution or the contract, for that matter. The process of redesigning our master plan is going to be a long process. This resolution says it could be 2 years with the possibility of a 2-year extension. As we witnessed with the revisions to our UDC, it's going to probably take longer than that if it's done correctly. And so I believe that we have to begin on the right foot to make sure that we have a process and a plan in place to make sure that what we do for the next 2 to 4 years produces the best product. And so with that thought, I'm going to move to postpone this until the first meeting in February in hopes that we can have a work session prior to that meeting.
Seconded by Councilor Lum. Councilor Eden, I guess you still have the floor.
I am done.
Discussion of the postponement until February, to the, did you say first meeting in February? Did you?
Yes, that's what I said, but I'm willing to alter that if staff believes that it would take longer.
That's consideration of the plan itself till that time. Discussion of the postponement. Mr. Lazarus, for timing?
Just as administrative note, the council would have to schedule an additional work session, because the one work session in January is devoted to affordable housing, and when we get into February, you start the very important business of considering the city budget.
So can you suggest a date that this would come back? That would provide you enough time to schedule a work session on this subject?
I have to look at the calendar, council member, but I can do that after. If you decide to postpone it, I can send a recommendation probably tomorrow when I have a chance to look around. And we also want to make sure the work session is convenient for those who'd want to be there.
Perhaps on a tabling?
As I was just going to say, perhaps tabling until at least the first meeting after a work session.
I guess so. Is moving it up to a tabling, is that fine? So that would require then, just for folks who don't tend to table very much, the idea would be to have a work session scheduled and then a motion on the floor to bring it back. I assume at that point it would be brought back at a subsequent meeting. It would be brought back for the purposes of postponing to a subsequent meeting so as to provide sufficient notice for people to come in and opine. Is that consistent with people's understanding and expectation?
That would work for me.
All right, so the motion to table. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is tabled. CA 12, resolution to approve the purchase of a conservation easement on the Busser property in Northfield Township, approve a participation agreement with Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission, and appropriate an amount of $133,367. Moved by Councilmember Grant, second by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of CA 12. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 Greenbelt acquisitions tonight, and as is my standard operating procedure on this, on these, I support. 11 is a conservation easement where there's excellent leverage. The city is paying for 1/3 of the all-in costs, and I was happy to support that one. CA 12, however, does not leverage Ann Arbor tax dollars well. This is a conservation easement in Northfield Township, where the Greenbelt program ends up paying 71% of the all-in costs, including the closing, due diligence, and endowment costs. The host township, Northfield Township, is not contributing anything toward the purchase. We're told Northfield Township is considering a conservation easement, and we've been told that for a while now, but nothing's in place, so there's no contribution from the host, and that's bothersome to me. It's just not fair for Ann Arbor taxpayers to protect properties when the entity benefiting most contributes nothing. CA 13 is a conservation easement in Lodi Township. Although the leverage isn't as bad as CA 12, it's still not great. The Greenbelt program is funding 64% of the all-in costs. Lodi Township is contributing $1,000. And while that's better than nothing, it still doesn't feel to me like an equitable cost sharing. So I will not be supporting CA 12 and CA 13 tonight, and thank you for listening.
Further discussion of CA 12? Councilmember Eaton.
For all the reasons that Councilmember Lum stated, I will be opposing those as well.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I can certainly appreciate the push to leverage and get maximum leverage for properties. I think it has pushed Greenbelt to think strategically and to try to ask for more where necessary. There is, I think, a really excellent explanation of why we couldn't leverage for properties this size in the same way we could for other places where we can access federal matching funds. The Greenbelt recently went through a strategic plan, which I hope council will support when it comes to them in January. And one of the things that we heard loud and clear from members of the community in going through that strategic planning process is that they want the Greenbelt to be supporting small, new farmers and local foods. And these properties, because they are small in size, don't qualify for the same kinds of federal matching funds that can provide those more eye-popping numbers, but they do provide opportunities for new farmers to be able to get into agriculture. And typically, those are practices that we support. Those farms are more likely to be organic practices, sustainable practices compared to large farms. So I understand the concern about matching, but these properties are certainly in line with what we heard from members across the community in our strategic planning process. They are also smaller investments in terms of overall dollars, but really will provide those opportunities to preserve land in farms for the future. So I hope that you will support it.
Further discussion, Councilmember Hayner.
Just briefly, I thank for both my colleagues for their views on this, and I agree that we really want the townships to be in for more. This parcel here is, it's, if you set aside the political boundaries that fall in our area here, this one is basically on the wrong side of the street, you might say. It's just north of Joy Road. It's just inside Northfield Township. So they don't, they don't feel compelled to cough up any cash for these things, but I think this is a purchase that is going to continue the great block of Ann Arbor Township easements that's right there on Whitmore Lake Road, south of Joy Road, and it's appropriately contiguous to what we have going in that area, and even though we're paying more, I'm going to find myself supporting this one. I'm sorry that it finds itself on the wrong side of the street, and I wish that the folks in Northfield Township could, and I know some folks are working on it, but they need to pick it up a little, because these properties are going fast. We want to be part of this, and if they want to be part of it, then they need to get in on this quickly. And I know the Northfield neighbors did a lot of work, and I guess maybe I can reach out to Sue Shank, who's on the county board, who represents that area, and see if we can get her to get them to motivate a little.
Further discussion? I'm going to support this as well. I think it's important for us to, for the reasons identified by Councilmember Grand, support our local farm culture. I know residents appreciate it when they know that their food is grown nearby, and we're doing what we can to help make that happen and make that something that future Ann Arborites will be able to enjoy for years to come. Further discussion? Councilmember Rumlally.
I just got a question. Sorry if I can ask staff. Is this a working farm right now?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's probably timely. Remy Long, I think everybody's met Remy from the Conservation Fund before. He is the staff person who does and works these deals with the property owners, so I'm going to let him answer.
Are we talking about the Beezer property or the Stone property?
Beezer.
Beezer is currently restored fields. It's all planted in native grasslands, prairie, currently. But the conservation easement would reserve the right to, at any time, use that as tillable land for agricultural production. So the current owner was involved with working with Fish and Wildlife Service to restore the old ag fields, but at any time is open to the concept of having that tilled over into local ag production.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, start with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
CA 13, resolution to approve the purchase of a conservation easement on the Stone property in Lodi Township, approve a participation agreement with Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission, and appropriate the amount of $115,367. Moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of CA 13. All in favor?
Roll call,
I'm
please.
sorry, my apologies. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
CA 20, resolution to approve an agreement with the Regents of the University of Michigan for the South University Pavement and Utility Project, moved by Councilmember Rumlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, is CA 20. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't really have much to say. I just wanted to bring up and spotlight some of the funding sources for this. It calls for $40,000 to be paid for out of the county health millage in the fiscal year '21. I struggle with using those funds in ways where we're using them here in CA 20. I believe the contributions should be coming from the DDA in this regard. This area does fall in the DDA district. Many millions of dollars are collected by the DDA in property taxes, and I don't feel that the $40,000 being used from our mental health millage should be applied in this project. It will not hold up my vote tonight, and I appreciate the University of Michigan in partnering up with the city of Ann Arbor to bring these improvements much needed to that area. This is a huge project, almost $9 million. So when we talk about 40,000, it's not a substantial amount, but in principle, I'm going to have a hard time supporting this type of expenditure in these areas from that millage. We need to call upon the DDA to do more to fund these type of improvements.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
I know Mr. Rain is here tonight, and I would just like to acknowledge and thank the U of M for taking the lead on this project. It is a major project, as has been noted, $9 million project, of which the U of M is covering, bearing $6 million of that $9 million cost. OHM was hired as the consultant, as we know, designer of the project, and the city and the university have worked with OHM on the cost sharing and their very detailed cost sharing formulas. So I think this is a great partnership, and thank you, university. And I don't know if anyone, Mr. Rain again is here, if anybody has any questions for him. So thank you for joining us tonight.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to acknowledge that Sue Gott, the university planner, is also here tonight.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Mlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, it is necessary for your speech to relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the item on the agenda related to the public hearing. Speakers do not need to have signed up in advance. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time clock. As a matter of courtesy, we may have only one person speaking at a time. Finally, if you require assistance in speaking before council today, we'd be delighted to provide it to you. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Section 1207 of Chapter 8, Transportation Commission. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to approve Hideaway Lane Planned Project Site Plan and Development Agreement at 2000 Traverwood. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, resolution to approve fiscal year 2020 fee adjustments for the Assessor's Office Financial Services Area. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. A1, we have before us the regular session minutes of December 2, 2019. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of A1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Section 1207 of Chapter 8, Transportation Commission. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of B1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. C1, an ordinance to add a new Chapter 122 Historic Entertainment Sound District to Title 9 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Mlawi, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Mlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. We've heard a lot in the last few days from members in our community who participate in the cultural aspects. And I would like to make a motion to postpone this until we get more feedback in discussion with more members of our community about this. So I would like to make a motion to postpone this to the second meeting in January.
Seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion? Councilmember Grant.
I just want to thank everyone from the community who reached out to us and in support of the fact that we do have wonderful cultural venues throughout the city of Ann Arbor, and it was a great reminder from many people, not only Ms. Pollock, who spoke so eloquently today, but we heard from the states, from the South University Area Association today, and from various folks around the city. So it was a nice reminder this time of year of all that you do to make our lives better.
Mr. Lazarus?
Thank you, Mayor. This item was council initiated, so as you look to defer it, when you have the opportunity, I'd like some thoughts and what you'd like to see modified or amended in the resolution as it's currently presented to council for its consideration.
Hayner, Lum, Ramlawi.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Administrator, would we send those to you and the sponsors, the original sponsors of the bill, or where would you like that to go?
I think that's fine.
Staff and
Okay.
sponsors make sense.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to support this postponement because for some reasons the others have said, and also I think that there have been a lot of historic properties that offer this entertainment, and I've had customers down in the Liberty Street area who've run into these problems with sound. We have a lot of outdoor venues, and the truth is, Ann Arbor is so steeped in culture, as Councilwoman Grant said, and arts venues. I mean, we have like 10,000 seats just on that side of Liberty. You talk about Power Center and Hill Auditorium and Medelson Theater and the State Theater and Michigan Theater and Necto, which is a nightclub, Liberty Plaza, which has outdoor stuff, and so on and so on. We really could have a theater district run the entire length of Liberty Street practically, all the way down to Main and the Arc and everything. So it's a huge undertaking. And I think it's right to postpone it, to get some more input from those folks, and also take a look at just what are we asking here and what is the effort that's being made. I'm a big fan of this decibel meters. I have a professional decibel meter, and a car on wet pavement at 25 miles an hour is in excess of the residential noise ordinance. And so we're talking about what happens is not that it's background noise, it's they can pick out the beat. It sounds like a band. It sounds like a disco. It sounds like this or that. And so it's not that the noise itself is disruptive. It's just they make the call. They make the non-emergency call. So I'm looking forward to having our community policing folks chime in on this too. So thank you for suggesting a postponement.
Councilor Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the sponsors for bringing this forward, and thank you also to the folks that we've heard from, South University, Michigan Theater, the ARC, South University, the various business districts who would like us to consider expanding to incorporate their areas in this proposal. And I know that would be a substantive change, and so bringing it back, as is, obviously would require a redo of the first reading, but it sounds like, we're going to postpone it, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Administrator or whomever I should direct this to, what is the plan for getting this input from all these business districts? Because we were asked to postpone it to get that feedback, and we need a methodical way to go about that, so that when it comes back to us, we're ready to, move.
Appreciate your concerns, and we will have a methodical method for reaching out to those who spoke. I think,
So we can do this between now and it was postponed to what, the second meeting in January? So we can have these outreach meetings or whatever with the business districts? Yeah,
I can't assure that. I think
maybe we need to postpone it to another date.
maybe you could table it until as you did with the master plan, until we have a chance to do that.
Okay, I will defer to the sponsors.
Councilor Ramallah, you're on the queue.
Thank you. Our intent initially was not to exclude folks and pick winners and losers. We were approached by many in the area that this encompasses to address the issues that they have with the noise complaints they get. And obviously, it has garnered a lot of attention, and many in the community also are interested in having this as a part of their jurisdiction. I don't think it's going to take a lot longer than the 45 days that have been asked for to get the input to bring it back to council. We have 3 associations that have leadership who can come to the table, I believe, and work with staff and work with the sponsors and work with the city administrator to incorporate a larger part of our downtown area to offer the same protections that this ordinance has.
I'm going to ask Mr. Delacorte to come up. I think there are a lot of demands on his staff's time right now, and I'm just curious before I overcommit him to what his thoughts are.
No, actually, I think the timeframe is fine for us. We started with a smaller piece of geography for quite the opposite reason, as we were afraid that if we tried to encompass too much geography, that we wanted to, I don't want to say test it out, that's not the right word, but on a smaller piece of geography defined, and where we had a consensus of business owners within that district who were willing to be the champions of this and to partner with us to do it. If council wants us to expand it, I have really little concern with that and meeting with the other associations. As we've said over and over again, the ordinance as proposed does little more than adjust the existing sound ordinance. It's not a zoning change. It doesn't change the uses within the districts, only to account for what is currently the sound levels produced within those districts. Our ordinance was woefully short on flexibility when it came to these areas of the city. It's not that these structures or uses are historic in the traditional sense, but the uses of them as entertainment districts has historically always been there, and the sound has historically always been there, and our ordinance has fallen short on regulating it appropriately. It's just an adjustment to account for what's there currently. So if we feel there's other areas in the city, we can easily reach out to the other associations, identify those, remap them, and bring appended or amended districts back to council, I believe, within that time frame.
Councilor Ramallah, you still have the floor.
I appreciate staff's explanation of it and willingness to take this on, and better able to explain it concisely, and I'll yield the floor.
I'll just put in my 2 cents. I'm delighted that this has been brought forward. I think it makes a lot of sense for lots of different parts of our downtown. Obviously, on the currently a designated district, but also to State Street, other parts of Liberty, Southview. It makes a lot of sense. Councilmember Eaton and Hayner, then perhaps we can move this along since everybody seems to think it's a good idea.
Which was going to be my
Just-
point,
we
is
can make it
is
better.
that a group
Yeah,
of a select group of businessmen
Yeah, perfect.
approached us, and rather than try to foist it on the entire downtown area,
That's
which,
what they
which
want.
was one of our considerations, is just
That's what they
to
want.
use the DDA area, we wanted to experiment with it incrementally. I have not heard any complaints about applying this. It's more, we're getting complaints about not applying it broadly enough.
Right.
And so I certainly support postponing this and broadening the district that it would apply to. I didn't mean to slight anybody by excluding any given venue, but we really didn't know what we were going to run into if we just applied it to whole areas that had not asked for it. So that's basically why we did a limited test zone.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you for recognizing me to ask a question. So does this have any, does this act sort of like, someone asked me this, are you creating a sound overlay district or a noise overlay district?
Well, it is a specific mapped area. It's not an overlay in the sense that it's, that the underlying sound requirements are different than the top, but it does amend the sound ordinances for just this mapped area. So in essence, it's very, very similar, if not synonymous.
And in our reach out between now and when this comes back to us, are we asking because, our sound ordinances are measured at the receiving property, and so are we asking these receiving property, these fringe neighborhoods, their 2 cents on this? Or are we going to kind of just guess how they feel?
Well, with any ordinance, there's a public hearing involved, and our intent was, because we haven't had much commentary at a staff level or any concern with it, was to treat it like a normal public hearing and allow at second reading that public hearing.
Sure,
to take
I'm not
place.
sure, yeah, I appreciate
Okay.
that, and I'm always up for public hearing. I just was wondering if, how we would notify these adjacent neighborhoods that there was indeed a public hearing. It's not like a development thing where you do 1,000 feet. Would we be notifying within 1,000 feet of the proposed perimeter of the existing mapped designated area, or the potential future one, or just curious how that would work?
I would have to go back and check, but we don't notice within a certain amount of feet for this type of ordinance amendment. I would be hesitant to determine arbitrary distances as staff and start to do notices. We would notice it through the normal process, which is, I think, is a general notice in the paper. Clearly, this is something I think that, to date, we haven't received any comment on, but that doesn't mean we won't. But as staff, we don't do anything differently than what the ordinance requires as far as notice.
All right.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just have a question about what we're all kind of imagining moving forward, the idea of expanding it or defining additional districts. I appreciate the perspective of having a starting point, of starting small and seeing how it works. I guess I heard you say a moment ago that you would consider reaching out to other associations or other neighborhoods. Is that how you envision this potentially expanding, or do you imagine that an association would be reaching out to you and asking for designation in a different part of the city? How do you imagine that happening?
In the couple of minutes I've had to think about it, I'd suggest, obviously, there's been a few folks who've spoken tonight. We would make contact with them or make ourselves available to them. And then we work with a regular basis with the merchant and downtown associations, whether it's state, whether it's the guild. We'll reach out to them first and maybe sit down with the directors of staff of those folks, reach out to the DDA, see if there's anybody we're not considering. Should it be the DDA boundary in its entirety? Or do we have other historic concentrations of these type of venues that it makes more sense to draw a map around? And then we would reach out to those districts and have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion of the postponement? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is postponed. DC 1, resolution to support center of the city interim use and long-term planning for the center of the city library lot property, moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC 1. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So at a previous meeting, we brought this resolution forward. And this merely addresses how we use these properties, while the task force designs a vision of the permanent and long-term use of the properties. And we were asked to postpone this so that it could be sent to the task force itself to comment, deliberate over, and opine upon. And they have passed a resolution expressing no opposition to this resolution, so long as we don't spend substantial money on infrastructure changes on those properties. And so I would ask for your indulgence and allow us to proceed on these ideas, most of which were drawn from a memo authored by the city administrator. Thank you.
Councilor Hayner.
Thank you, and Councilmember Eaton is correct, and thank you for coming to the Center City Task Force meeting last week to be here and be heard. And it's true, we passed a resolution that said we didn't have any objections to this. One of the concerns that you mentioned was the cost. We're all in a position where we don't want to make a cost commitment to a project only to have it be torn down and reshuffled as the task force's recommendations change, perhaps, from what's expected. But we do fully support the notion that this should be a public space that's available to the public as soon as possible. The final resolve clause has a bulleted list of items that are could be considered, and we've asked the city administrator to collaborate with the DDA to plan and fund improvements. And I would only ask that perhaps, if this is friendly to the body, that the third bullet point, which talks about public restrooms, which are really a necessary item down there, if we could perhaps say public restrooms, comma, temporary and/or fixed, to match up with the performance space, temporary and/or fixed, which is a fourth item, to give the suggestion that we could act right away, but we may also put in something more permanent in the future, but not. That was one of the concerns that was expressed, probably the only concern that was expressed at the Center City meeting. So would that be considered friendly?
Is there a second on that? Is that friendly to the body? Friendly. Councilor Hayner, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I just ask for your support for this. I think it's a step in the right direction.
Further discussion, Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks as well to Councilmember Eaton for bringing this forward, and to those folks in the community who helped pull the plan and the resolution together. I do appreciate that we postponed this at the last meeting in order to get feedback from the Center of the City Task Force. City Council created the task force to be the lead on this whole effort, so to pass a resolution, even one with slightly different focus, shorter term versus long term, without the task force reviewing it would not have been appropriate or fair to the task force. The focus of this resolution is shorter term, and it's appropriate we do that. The task force is working, and I appreciate council members serving on this committee. They're working on long-term recommendations, and I guess it's likely we'll see those in February or so. In the meantime, it makes sense to keep the site on the radar screen as the center of the city, public space, and to do those minimal investment actions that encourage more active public use of the property. Actions like adding benches and tables, internet connectivity, bathrooms, temporary performance space, barrier-free play areas. None of these items are substantial investments or cause potential conflict with whatever the recommendations and decisions are on the longer term. That was the primary concern or request of the task force, as I understand it, to not make substantive permanent changes to the site until they've completed their work. And the resolution is consistent with and respects that request. I also believe it's important to begin to establish the operating structure for the property, things like accounting and funding sources, and to fully engage the city and the DDA in the effort. The resolution does that, including earmarking a portion of the parking revenue from the site for the improvements, and that too makes a lot of sense. So other than the concern about not making substantive permanent improvements, the task force has indicated it has no objections to the resolution. And I think that was important new information, and I'm pleased and comfortable to support this resolution tonight. So thank you again, Councilmember Eaton, for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this resolution this evening. There are parts of it that I find incredibly problematic. One is the resolve clause, the second resolve clause that says that the revenue from the library lane service parking will help to fund the center of the city improvements. Those who were in favor of Proposal A made it very clear, and I understand that they're now trying to walk that back, which I find just truly disingenuous, that this would be a mainly privately funded project. What I've seen so far is a group that's largely raised money just to pass Proposal A and is now pretending that that was never said and not coming forward with any money raised. We have other fantastic examples in the city of public-private partnerships where groups have entered into contracts with the city where they talk about how they will share those monies. Those monies have often formulated the foundation of the city's ability to go out and get grants that have been very successful and ended up funding a larger portion of the project costs, but those came from and as a result of the ability of citizens to hold true to their promises to raise money for these efforts. So I will not be supporting anything having to do with allocations for the center of the city until, and for the for the surface parking lot, until money comes forward from these private groups and they fulfill their promises. The other part that I find incredibly problematic is this idea that that $875 a day, 6 days a week from the parking revenues, which adds up to $273,000 a year in parking revenues, would automatically be allocated to this project. Not only would it be allocated going forward, but this resolution asks that we go back all the way to revenues that have already been received from November 6, 2018. That, to me, is fiscally irresponsible. It also flies in the face of promises that were made by Proposal A proponents that they would be funding most of this, or that it was such a fantastic idea that private citizens would come forward to fund it. So the third part that I have a problem with, even though there was input from the task force, that we haven't even received the recommendations of the task force. I don't have an issue with the last resolve clause about trying to use the space, having temporary uses, experimenting with how it might work for our community. But I do have very serious concerns about this $273,000 a year in parking revenues being earmarked to pay for something that we don't even have a plan for, and that is based on broken promises.
I'd like to step in and put in my 2 cents and concur with Councilmember Grand's concern, one point with particular with respect to the funding. We don't have authority to tell the DDA what to do with their parking revenue. The money that we get from the DDA from parking revenue goes straight to our general fund. We're not going to get, the DDA is not going to fund, we can't order the DDA to fund anything from their parking revenue, which ought to go to fund the parking system. Monies that come to us from the parking system based upon our ownership of the parking system go to our general fund. So make no mistake, this is not magic money from the DDA, $875 a day. This is money that comes from the general fund. So that's one problem that I have with the resolution. Second, there's been suggestions that this is very limited, that we're not asking the administrator to do very much. We're not asking staff to do anything that has duration to it. Instructing the administrator to plan and fund utilities on site is expensive. To ask the administrator, to direct the administrator to plan and fund a performance space is material. It's expensive. Public restrooms, solar panels, this is real money. And the resolution, although has within it no limitations. And so I'm going to, would request that a council member bring an amendment saying something to the effect that resolved, perhaps as a final resolve clause, that nothing in this resolution requests or directs the administrator to take any action that would, in the aggregate, incur costs or expenses in excess of $25,000. If this is just a limited resolution, make it so. If it's camel's nose, own up to it. Councilmember Smith, you have the floor. I'd be grateful if you made that amendment.
I will make that amendment.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Smith, you have the floor.
I think it's a worthwhile amendment. I think that you said it very succinctly, that this is really a general fund request and a budget request. I would think that that would be the type of thing that if we're going to make a mid-year adjustment, it should be subject to the 8-vote requirement. But I think, you know, at least philosophically, we went through a process several years ago with the skate park when the Friends of the Ann Arbor Skate Park came forward and asked to work with the city to develop a skate park. My predecessor in this seat famously pulled his pockets out and said, we don't have any money to pay for anything. You raise all the money. And so they did. You know, we heard lots of times during the campaign on Proposal A, as Councilmember Grand noted, that there would be private philanthropy stepping up to fund this right and left. I don't see it. I will believe it when I do see it. But until that time, you know, we didn't pass a millage to pay for this. This is a park space. It has implications on our parks budget. It has clearly an implication on our general fund budget. And if we don't keep this to a $25,000 expenditure, it is a major budget commitment, and I would never support that.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Just two points I'd like to make real quickly. One, I would love for my colleagues to please show me where Prop A said that private money was going to fully fund this. It keeps being said, but I don't recall that myself. I'd love to see it on a flyer or something, please. Secondly, this isn't a park. It's a commons. It's a commons. The truth is, a commons is get all your cars off of there and let the people decide what to do. That's the essence of a commons. We don't need to ask for money to revitalize a commons or to create a commons. A common is from the common good. It's for everyone to work together to decide what they want to do with that space, to utilize the space in a lawful way that's for the good of the community. So the truth is, we could just have a resolution that says, get your cars off there so we can start using this as a commons, not as a park, not as part of the park budget, not as some kind of a burden on our budget. It's a common space, and so these are ideas that make the suggestions that would be much more able for people to utilize them for the kinds of purposes we visualize as a commons purpose. But it's not up to just me. It's up to the commons, and that's one of the problems that we have in these. It's not a problem, but that's one of the challenges that we face in these Center of the City Task Force meetings, is that this space is being created, and it really is it's a common space, which is an unusual approach to clearing a public space and setting aside a public space for the free use of all. And that's what a commons means. And so it's not a park. It's not a park. And the utilities already exist because we put, supposedly with the approval of everyone else, $5.4 million into building that up so it could be a 16-story building. So I doubt they have to go far for power. In fact, I think it was said that this is one of the few parking structures that could support green infrastructure because there is so much power waiting for a giant building to sit there. So I'm not concerned about Mr. Lazarus's ability to get power up to that site. So, I could take it or leave it with this because I'm on that Center City Task Force. And it's true, our resolution our suggestions have not been brought forward yet. But I don't see this in any way stymieing those suggestions. And I doubt that, I don't want to speak for Mr. Lazarus, but I don't think he would go off writing checks without asking us first.
Councilor Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to support this. I wasn't a proponent of Proposal A. I think that ultimately what our community did was turn down $10 million for affordable housing, $5 million to the Affordable Housing Fund, and $5 million to the Y Lot. to invest in what is, prolonging the existence of a parking lot. That said, it was the direction of residents to move this way, and I think if it is going to be sitting as a parking lot, I'd prefer it to have some type of active use. I do not want that active use to come at the cost of shifting money from other priorities that the city has. Our general fund goes to support safety services. It goes to support all of our public parks and the 2,200 acres of them spread across the country, the city, not just this 0.8 acres of downtown parking structure. I'll also add that I looked up the definition of commons, and the definition is literally land owned jointly by the residents of a community, usually a park. And so while I understand we're going to be going through the process in response to Proposal A, I'm fine with that. I just want to limit the amount that it costs the taxpayer while we sit in limbo. And so I support this amendment.
Councilor Nelson.
Hi, I just want to echo some of the sentiments of Councilmember Hayner. I share his memory or lack of memory about any elaborate stories of philanthropy funding this whole thing. And I do recall that we were specifically not allowed to attach a lengthy caption around funding for Prop A. So I guess I don't have a problem particularly with putting a ceiling on this of $25,000, but I guess I have a procedural question about the way Councilmember Smith framed this. I got the impression that it was being described as a budget amendment, and is this not somewhat connected to our upcoming budget? And sort of to echo what Councilmember Hayner said, I'm not understanding how there's a risk of this expanding into an expenditure that's beyond $25,000 anyway. So I guess maybe that's a question for Mr. Lazarus.
It's my belief that what we're doing, that what this resolution would do is it would start to accrue funds for future design and improvements. It doesn't authorize any expenditures that would violate the council's policies or the city ordinances on how we buy things. So it's just, it's an allocation of funds in future budget.
So is there,
We're putting money aside, what this resolution directs. It says we're putting parking revenue aside for future use.
so
Councilor Nelson, you still have the floor?
is there any substantive reason to even put the ceiling of $25,000 in there at all then?
The $25,000, I think, addresses procurements, which is different than establishing a fund for future improvements. It does affect future budgets in that parking revenues from DDA go into the general fund. Whether we reduce that funding from how DDA accounts for the funds, or if it's funding that is part of the 20% of revenues that we get, it still decreases funding that would be available in the general fund in future budget years.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi. I'm sorry. Councilor Nelson?
I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor Nelson, Ramlawi, Grant, Eaton.
Well, thank you. This is definitely, obviously, a contentious issue. It continues to be a contentious issue. We all have different takes on what the voters thought when they voted for this. I have a take. I think the voters turned down a manipulated process to take public assets for private gain. That's what the voters, in my opinion, said with this. They didn't turn down $5 million for affordable housing. They turned down a manipulated process. I have a question with the funding. It's not clear to me, this $273,000, how it is retroactive, and how it affects our general fund. Is it coming out of the 20% we get, or on top of the 20%? And how do they come up with $875 a day? That surface lot is not full the entire day. I find that problematic, how we got to $875 a day. That would mean that those spaces are occupied all day long, every day, every space. I don't believe that's the case. In the ballot language, did not describe funding source. So, I think it's inconsistent to apply that in this case. I also agree with my colleague, Councilmember Hayner. The fact is the utilities are there. I watched them lay them down. I watched them put all those utilities in. The water, the sewer, the electrical, it's all there. So I just need a better understanding of the financial impacts. It's just completely unclear to me what that means to our general fund.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the, people questioning my memory. There's an article in MLive that was published a few days before the vote in 2018, and it was covering a town hall between supporters of both sides. So I just want to read something from that. Scioto Township resident Will Hathaway, another member of the Central Park Group, joined Haber in arguing for Prop A. And then he speaks to using that it would be eligible for DDA funding and parkland acquisition funds, which isn't true since we actually own it. But then he says, quote, "Most downtown parks we've looked at have significant support from private donors, both individuals and businesses," he added. "We'd expect to work through the planning and design issues and raise funds starting in 2019, with the goal of dedicating a new park and civic center in 2024. Why that date? 2024 is Ann Arbor's bicentennial." And then he speaks to many examples of successful downtown parks and pointed to Campus Marsh's Park in Detroit, which is a park that is also privately funded. So we weren't just imagining this, those who remember promises of support of private funds. We heard it again and again. We heard it when we were approached to sign petitions. We heard it for those of us who've sat through meetings. I've been listening to this issue since I was on the Park Advisory Commission prior to being on council, and having proponents of this issue come forward and heard very consistently that this was such a great idea that folks in the community would be gladly opening their pocketbooks to pay for it. So I understand that there may be differences in terms of how we think this project should be funded, but I don't appreciate being accused of not remembering what I heard.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So with the passage of Proposal A, the voters changed the city charter to designate this property as public space. It's no longer parking. Its current use as parking is actually subordinate to the city charter. As reflected in the September 23rd memo from the city administrator on the interim use of this space, he recommended using
Yes.
the accrued funds from parking revenues on the surface lot.
Correct.
This resolution draws on the recommendations in the city administrator's September 23rd memorandum for the interim uses of this property. It's not verbatim. I'm not suggesting that he use the same calculation that the resolution does, but it draws significantly from the recommendations he made. I didn't just make this up. And I don't think it's disingenuous to tap into those funds that are collected from the public space that the residents want used for public purposes other than parking. I don't see any anomaly in that. So I'm not going to support the $25,000 cap. I think that we should go through the budget process and determine what interim uses are going to cost on this space. We should work with our partners, such as the DDA and the Parks Department, to activate these properties. But until we have a plan for interim uses, we won't know those expenses. And so I think it's premature to place a cap on spending before we have a plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Eaton. I appreciate your pointing that this was an option. The city administrator memo, the September 23rd memo, identified 3 options. Option 1 was consider parking revenue in a dedicated account, and recommended pursuing modified option 1 through the end of fiscal year 20, begin to accrue funds equivalent to a portion of the parking revenues, parking alternatives. So this is consistent with that recommendation, and so I applaud Councilmember Eaton for proposing something that is consistent with the city administrator's funding recommendation. And I know the city administrator also has assigned his economic development advisor to assist with this project and presumably with fundraising. And I would certainly hope that the DDA would want to, if nothing else, take a lead role and work with the task force and others who are trying to pursue activating this site in a manner consistent with what our residents advise that we do. So I will not be supporting the amendment either. What is proposed here is consistent with what was recommended in that September 23rd memo from the city administrator.
I guess I'd say a couple of things. We don't have, like I said, we don't have control over the DDA budget. We get parking revenue from the DDA, and it comes to us by virtue of the parking contract. If we choose to use some of that parking revenue and allocate that for this purpose or that purpose, that's council's decision, but make no mistake, we currently use all that money for the general fund. So if we get our $1.1 million per year, if we get our $1.1 million per year from the parking contract, our 20% cut from the parking system, a portion of that comes from the Library Lane parking structure. If we were to internally segregate some of that for this purpose, that's our decision, and that's consistent with the administrator's recommendation. But that is general fund money that is no longer used for other general fund purposes, and we should recognize that. Further, there is no cap to the resolution as drafted. It's a running tab of $875 per day, which is money that we would otherwise be using in our general fund that we are going to be potentially setting aside for this, in my view, ill-defined purpose. Further, with respect to the utilities, I guess I'd say a couple things. One, don't blame, the word utility services is in this resolution. It is directing the administrator to plan and fund improvements to the center of the city that may include utility services. And I understand that we don't need to run wire and conduit to the parking structure, but there is electricity and wastewater. One can imagine electricity, water, and wastewater being used at the surface level where any commons infrastructure would reside. And that work is not yet completed. Those connections are not yet present, and those connections will cost. I don't know if we're done with the amendment or not. I guess I'd suggest that we are, but Councilmember Eaton.
Just briefly, the bullet points in the last resolve clause are lifted almost directly from the September 23rd memo, including the utility services. This is not things I'm making up on my own. I drew extensively from the September 23rd memo. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
We're voting.
Pardon me, thank you very much. This is on the amendment.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion as was. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I said, I have no problem with this vision of an interim use or an intermediate use for this site. I think you look to some things that Royal Oak has done to activate surface level parking lots, and things like these recommendations have worked well there. And so when I look at a surface parking lot and I look at what this proposes that surface parking lot could be, this seems better. And if I'm choosing between A and B, and this is B, I'm going to choose B. That said, I think it's my responsibility to do all that we can to get a fair shake for the taxpayer in the production of these ideas and whatever the long-term plan ends up being. That's why I supported a limit of $25,000. I think that's what's fair to the taxpayer. And I think, too, that we need to limit the impact to our general fund of long-term planning before we know what may be or could be. And so with that, I'll also move an amendment to strike the second resolved clause.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Smith. Discussion. Councilmember Ackerman, you still have the floor.
That's all. Happy to hear from colleagues.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Ramlawi.
I guess this is a question for our city administrator. What will that have on the effect of this resolution if that was to be taken out? What bearing will that have on the execution of this resolution?
The second resolve clause would cause us to go back in time and find monies at $875 a day, starting on last November. So there'd be a budget impact at some point of finding that money somewhere. Just the $875, just to answer the question you asked before, is the bag cost essentially to rent the space. That assumes full use. As you stated, that revenue is not realized every day. So in the memorandum that I sent in September, it mentioned, it raised the issue of whether council wanted to dedicate some of the funding that would be on a go-forward basis as part of the budget planning for FY21. There's an opportunity cost to everything that happens, but given that council, and I can give my reasoning for that, it's given that council embodied a citizen task force to come up with plans, I think we can reasonably envision there'll be some professional costs and some small procurement costs to both envision the long-term use and then the interim use. So with absent any funding, I don't know that we'd be able to execute what came out of the task force. So that was the reason behind offering a recommendation to start accruing funds for future development. The resolve clause, though, as it's written, would cause us to have to go back and find funds to set aside, and that would take away from funds that would be available in FY21 as beyond what would be set aside from a portion of the parking revenues.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So having just gone through the audit process, I note that the DDA parking fund has a substantial reserve account that includes the money, the revenue from this particular spot since November. So I don't know that this would have any impact at all on our budget at all. The city owns the parking spaces, and the DDA manages them on our behalf. But those monies are ours, and I recognize that there's a parking agreement. But had we taken this parking lot out of the system as of the passage of Proposal A, those revenues would not have accrued to the DDA to begin with. So I don't think that this is going to cause anybody hardship, but I'm not sure it's worth debating. I would be willing to set a different date of beginning the accrual. If it's more amenable to my colleagues, we could set it as January 1st, 2020, rather than November of last year. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilor Lum.
I appreciate that Councilmember Eaton just brought up the DDA audit, that the audit committee, I'm also on the audit committee, just reviewed, and that also, the DDA is well-funded. In fact, I don't think they can spend all the money that they have sitting in their accounts. So this is not going to cause any sort of hardship to the DDA. Again, I think the DDA would want to take a lead financial supporting position and step up. I also, you'll recall at the budget retreat, I suggested one of my metrics was that the DDA, in light of looking at their financial statements, consider going forward, providing the city a dividend of some sort. And I do think that when we start up our budget discussions, that I'm going to be pushing for that, because they have the capacity. And that's a huge understatement. And so again, I think this is something the DDA would want to do. And this is a logical place for them to make an investment, unless they're really not on board with the center of the city, as is now proposed.
Councilor Ackerman, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On our behalf, the Downtown Development Authority manages and provides maintenance on some of our most expensive infrastructure. That infrastructure is often constructed through debt and then paid off over time. Maintenance is usually performed on a regular basis to keep these in tip-top shape, safe, and accessible to all users. We can save our money and spend the revenue on maintaining this expensive infrastructure, or we can spend that money down on a park on top of a underground parking structure, and then borrow more money to maintain the structures that we currently have. I'm of the opinion that we should use parking revenue to pay for the maintenance of our parking structures, so it's a self-sustaining system. I'll also add that as we explore moving our community to carbon net neutral in the next 10 years, there are going to be incredibly heavy asks of our downtown parking structures to switch to EV, electric vehicle, and to provide solar panels atop them. Those need to be funded somehow, and we can borrow that money, or we can use money that we've been saving diligently. I'm of the opinion we should use money we've been saving to fund as much of those improvements as possible, not to mention the long-term maintenance of these structures. I'd prefer that any and all parking revenue that doesn't come into the city's general fund go back into maintaining expensive infrastructure. And so I would not like to see any of this money accrued to fund an expensive and fanciful park.
Further discussion? Councilor Ramlawi.
I'm still confused at this $875 a day, whether that comes out of the 20% that we get, or is that in addition to? Because if the city charter was changed, that property should not be counted towards the 20% in parking revenue that we get. I mean, I'm just, it seems like we're conflating a few things here, and that money that's going to be that's set aside should be in addition to the 20% that we get on an annual basis. If I can get some clarification from our city administrator, I'm just not sure whether, and this may be a legal question, on whether that money should be coming out of the 20% or it should become on top of the 20%.
The charter amendment sets aside the space bounded by Fifth Avenue, William, Division, and Liberty as a Central Park and urban commons. I think that's the language that's in there. That's all it says. It doesn't make any reference to funding. The funding that the city receives from the DDA, which was increased, I think, 2.5 years ago from 17 to 20%, is our share of the parking revenues. That's what we get. The 875 is a number that I didn't recommend. It was one that was in the draft. It's a charge for use of that space from a third party who wants to use it. The resolve clause directs that we'll work with the DDA to recover or replace the revenue for the purpose. So I think that means that I'm going to go back to DDA and talk to them about how we put the funds aside for future development of the property. The way it's written gives me, I think it gives me enough latitude to have fruitful conversations with Ms. Pole and her team and come back to council with a plan on how we're going to start accruing funding. And I am perfectly comfortable with that. The memo I sent in September was circulated to several parties, the library, as well as the DDA for their input. So there's nothing in there that they haven't seen before. So with passage of the resolution as it's written, I would go back and talk to Ms. Pole, and then as the council's representative on the DDA board, I would bring a proposal to them to consider how to make funding available.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I appreciate the recognition that there's nothing in the charter amendment, as I look at it, that speaks to funding. I also want to recognize that as we're moving forward on some priorities that I hear from residents that are placed much higher than building another park on top of a parking structure, things like affordable housing, things like, going forward on programs that speak to the climate emergency that we just passed. The DDA comes up in a lot of those conversations as well, as we look to put housing on top of some of our city-owned properties that we passed just a few weeks ago. The DDA comes up in those conversations because those properties are in the downtown. So personally, I would much rather see us make that ask if the DDA truly has money that it just doesn't know how to spend. I'd rather see it go there than see it go to something that hasn't even been recommended by a task force yet. I'd also like to read just one more quote from a different article, this time from an interview on WEMU, where it says, Alan Haber says there are other options for funding. So when we talked to the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, they said, very interesting. If you get approval, then come and talk to us. Similarly, the Rotary Club, similarly, the other foundations and rich people with whom I and others have talked.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Hayner.
Just hot topic from the audit committee and the DDA's audit. They have $7.5 million in unassigned funds. Their net position increased almost 14% this year. They raised and set aside more $4 million in parking this year than last year. We're arguing over pennies relative to the DDA's total budget and the total excess they have in unassigned funds now. And they even have even more in unencumbered funds for projects, who knows what they're gonna be. So there's enough for everybody here. There's plenty of room for solar panels, there's plenty of room for everything here. We're not even asking them for anything, we're just asking the administrator to talk to them about potentially asking them for everything. And people are flipping out. I just read the audit report, and you'll see how much money the DDA's been socking away all this time, and it grows every year. The trend line for the DDA, because we've not me, but as a city, we've set ourselves up to require continuous growth and continuous development to pay for our $550 million in pension obligations and everything else we have going as a city. And so the DDA is going to continue to get their slice, limited though it may be, of all that new growth, and the rest is going to go into the general fund where it should be. And so there's plenty of money here. I don't think this is a squandering of anything. It's a reach to think that we're hurting the poor DDA, because they are not poor. They're not poor. And the CAFR tells even a better story about how much money we have socked away. I know our pension liabilities are very high, and I would love to pay down some of these bonds. And I know that parking, we have these revenue bonds and we have traditional bonds. And thank you to Mr. Crawford and for shuffling this around and even improving their position even more and reducing the city's debt even more. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Just a clarification, the amendment that we're voting on is to strike the second resolve clause?
Correct.
All right.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Smith.
I think, I don't know that, sitting on the center of the city task force with Councilmember Hayner, I think that the work that committee is doing is outstanding. The outreach that they have done has been very good. I think I'm not going to support this, not because I disagree with the idea of a commons on this site, or that I don't think that there's a way to figure out how this block works to incorporate the common space. I just look at it as, I do expect the DDA to take a lead role in this. It is consistent with the DDA plan and what they try to accomplish. I think it's reasonable to want that report before we make commitments. I mean, as soon as I saw the line, the resolve clause in here about, seek to obtain easements, that's not a small amount of money. And being that we're talking about lots of different property owners, some public, some private, some quasi-public, it's complicated. So I appreciate what this is trying to accomplish. I just wish, we could wait until that final report gets delivered in February so that we have some more clarity as to which way we're going on this. Thank you.
Further discussion? The main motion, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a reasonable vision for our midterm use of this site. Like I've said, places like Royal Oak, up here community, have done things like this, and it's been beneficial for their downtown and their community. It's created space for community to meet, and I don't think those are bad things. I'll be voting against this simply because I don't want to be accruing money for a plan we don't yet have to the tune of nearly $300,000 a year. I want the DDA laser focused on addressing an affordable housing crisis and addressing a climate crisis. I want our general fund to be stable and resilient should economic hardship reach us, because the general fund is responsible for our safety services, for our 2,200 acres of park around the city. It's responsible for things like street tree maintenance, and it's all of these things that make our community so much great outside of the downtown. So I just, for me, it's a matter of funding and priorities, and this just doesn't rise to the level of putting away between $250,000 and $300,000 a year.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Malawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Let's take a short break. We are back after a short break. DC2, resolution stating the City of Ann Arbor's consent to refugee resettlement, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of DC2. This request for council action on this point comes on the heels of action on the federal government. Obviously, we are acting in response to an executive order which declines to resettle refugees in jurisdictions that do not affirmatively welcome them. Although the language of our actual resolution is fairly tame, I'd at least on the floor like to say that the executive order that prompts and requires this resolution is shocking and disgraceful and contrary to everything that we as a nation ought to be, and in many instances have been. That is to say, a haven for those who are in need, a refuge for those who are oppressed, and it is it is a national disgrace and our enduring shame that it has come to this. And so I believe that the residents and of the city of Ann Arbor are in full-throated support for the resettlement of refugees and immigrants of all kinds in our community. And I am, for myself, and I am confident that for my colleagues, that we will do absolutely everything we can to declare them welcome and ensure that they are so. We have so many members in our community who do good and enduring and difficult work on behalf of people who come here under these conditions, and I and we are very proud of what they do and seek in all instances to support them. Further discussion. Councilmember Eaton.
I want to thank my colleagues who brought this forward, and I'd like to add my name as a co-sponsor, please.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the colleagues who brought this forward. I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor. As a small personal note, I come from 4 families, all of whom were refugees of one form or another, most recently Jewish refugees from Russian pogroms that got to settle in a Big Ten college town 189 miles south of here in the 1920s. And they were given a new life, an opportunity to allow my grandparents and my father and his sister to thrive, and now me and my sister to give back to the country that they adopted as their own. This, of course, we should throw our doors open. Every community around the country should throw their doors open to those in need. I get to travel for my day job, and I travel to Lancaster, Pennsylvania most recently, and often to Minneapolis, Minnesota, 2 communities that accept more refugees per capita than most other communities. And they've created a beautiful model for just how much a city is enlivened and enriched by refugees through the diversity, through the love of America, through shared faith, and it's a powerful thing. And so, thank you again.
Further discussion, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, and thank you for staff in helping craft this. I'm living proof of what refugees are. My father came to this country in 1962, political and economic reasons. He had to leave his home country. He fled Palestine in 1948, went to Jordan. My grandfather was in debtor's prison. My father came to this country to get his father out of debtor's prison. And I am the American dream. And I am happy to be here today, assembled in this body, and co-sponsor this resolution. It's a sad state of affairs that we have to do this, but we will fight against the hate that's coming out of Washington, and we will win. We will conquer the oppressive policies that our current president is putting on the most vulnerable people in the world. And it's great to be here in this community that welcomes immigrants, and diversity is our strength. And it's no secret to the people who know of the strength of this country that it's founded on people who have come from all parts of the world. And I appreciate being here today and having my name associated with something like this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. In the letter that we're going to be sending if this passes, it says that we consent to initial refugee resettlement. I'm just curious, maybe legal can answer. What does that mean exactly? I tried to look it up in the executive order, and I got a little information from a Catholic aid site. What do they mean by initial refugee resettlement? That means they've come in and they've been vetted by the federal government, and the federal government says, here's where you go? Like the first time? Is that what they mean by initial? I'm just curious. That's what our letter says. Says, as mayor with support from city council, I consent to initial refugee resettlement in the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan. I just wondered what they mean by initial.
I'm afraid that I don't know.
Okay, I don't either.
The letter was drafted, I believe, in consultation with state and state agencies and local providers. We can get that for you.
All right, yeah, it wasn't clear. The Catholic Legal Immigration had a pretty good rundown on it, talking about the executive order. But they didn't define what that really meant either, so it seemed like it meant initially out of the federal vetting process. If somebody comes in here and they're picked up by ICE or something, and then they're vetted in, and they say, okay, you got to go somewhere, that's your initial or your first placement. I assume that's what that meant, but I just wasn't sure.
That's
I
my
just wanted some
suspicion.
clarity, so. Is that what you think, Julie? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is part of this, what's so abhorrent about the executive order is if you don't have permission from both the municipality and the state, then you're in this limbo place where you don't have anywhere to go. So you can only go now to those places that specifically say that you are welcome. So I think that's what it speaks to. And
All right, yeah, thank you. I was just curious about what we're sending out there.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC 3, resolution to endorse resolution to endorse HB 4738 and the creation of a statewide crosswalk law. Moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of DC 3. Councilmember Smith.
So, just as a point of clarity, while I am listed as a co-sponsor because I am on the Council Policy Committee, I do not support this, this resolution. Let me give you a little bit of background about why. It's been pointed out by lots of folks that our crosswalk law is a bit different than some other people. When the Council Policy Committee had discussions about advocating for the creation of a statewide crosswalk law, it was not done so with the intention of creating something that lessens our own crosswalk law here. Certainly my support for a statewide crosswalk law was tied to that crosswalk law mirroring ours, and that's not what HB 4738 does. I would think that if we want to undo our crosswalk law, we do that here with 8 votes instead of in Lansing. And while we have, as a city, have advocated for a statewide crosswalk law, I will continue to be vocal with my legislators and those who make this decision that I certainly do not support HB 4738. I would encourage this body to vote this down this evening. Thank you.
Further discussion, perhaps? I guess I think that There's obviously been discussion at the policy committee, there's been discussion at the transportation committee, and I believe ultimately at the disability commission. For my part, I would be delighted if someone would bring forward a motion to consider tabling this item, allowing previously Councilmember Griswold.
I would move that we table this resolution until we've hired a Vision Zero engineering expert who can provide accurate and complete information.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Remlowey. Discussion of the tabling.
So I oppose that language. It implies that we don't have expertise on staff. It directs me on to who to hire.
I guess that's
and
it.
And it implies that we're not providing accurate information. So I oppose the language, but not the intent.
Councilmember Griswold.
That position is in the budget that we adopted starting July 1st of 2019, and I did send a email today stating that there were inaccuracies and incomplete information in the response to the agenda questions.
Further discussion of the tabling? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Do you need a roll call? No. It is approved with 11 council members present, 10 voting in the affirmative.
Mayor, I just want to make sure I understand that this is not coming back until we hire an engineer with specific skills that are outlined that may or may not exist, that we may or may not be able to obtain.
I'll let the motion, the tabling stand, and it's, speak, the tabling language speak for itself, and additionally, council members at various times can bring forward various resolutions if they wish to. DC4, resolution to appoint council members Bannister and Smith to the Environmental Commission. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion of DC4. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 resolutions tonight related to council member appointments to boards and commissions, DC4, DC5, and DC7. This first resolution, DC4, is to make the council member appointments to the Environmental Commission. Council is vested with the authority to make 2 appointments, and the recommendation is to reappoint council members Bannister and Smith. Both have served ably on the Environmental Commission, and I recommend we approve the appointments of council members Bannister and Smith for 1-year terms for calendar year 2020.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC5, resolution to appoint Councilmember Grand to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of DC5. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second council member appointment resolution, DC5, is to make the council member appointment to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission. Like with the Environmental Commission, the council is vested with power to make the appointment to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission, and the recommendation here is to reappoint Councilmember Grand. Councilmember Grand has also served ably for several years on the Greenbelt Advisory Commission, and I recommend we approve Councilmember Grand's appointment for calendar year 2020. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC7, sorry, my apologies. Thank you. DC6, resolution in support of expanding city's trees protection to include heritage trees. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of DC6. Councilmember Bannister.
Yes. Well, as I mentioned, the Environmental Commission and also the Natural Features Working Group has been working really hard all of 2019 to look for ways to protect our heritage trees and other trees, which we are defining as large, important, significant, and champion trees. And for all of the good reasons that we're Tree Town and everyone cares about our trees. And so what we have come to with this resolution is that we are asking for staff assistance to accomplish the drafting of the UDC code amendments and the actual processing of the amendments through our system. And so this would allow, this resolution, we're asking for your approval to allow us some staff time to help us to expeditiously move this forward so that we can actually bring you our best work taken from peer cities and looking at Ann Arbor's own unique characteristics and to bring you some further protections for our landmark trees than we currently have.
Further discussion, Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to my council colleague and ward colleague here for helping to champion this issue. I'd like to be added as a sponsor, if I could, a co-sponsor. I'm a big fan of this. I think that it's not too much of an ask to get staff to help us put it together properly. And I also think it's a step in the right direction of something that we really haven't done here at the city too much, and it's just starting to sort of catch on in other parts of the world where they are starting to try and recognize natural rights and natural capital. Natural capital being the value of the natural features and the aggregated value of natural features and their value to the community in a variety of ways, not just in sustainability and ecological ways, but other ways. And also natural rights is generally the concept that there's no one to, corporations might be people, but trees don't have recognition in the courts, and bodies of water don't have specific recognitions in the courts and things like that. And so I just think this is good to have a conversation around this topic, and I fully support this, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to thank Councilmember Bannister, community members who put in a tremendous amount of work on this. When they first started talking about it, I didn't really take them seriously. But I have to admit that this is extremely important. And the more I learned about it, the more I realized that it is critical for our community. And I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our staff, our Natural Features Committee, and my colleague, Councilmember Bannister, for the work that they've already put into this, and I support moving this forward. I think this is important work, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Further discussion? Pardon me, Councilmember Ramlawi.
I'd like to echo the sentiments that have been expressed and thanking the people involved in this. I think it's important, especially since we've issued a climate emergency, that we put all hands on deck into protecting our natural resources, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC 7, resolution approved. 2020 Committee Council appointments moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC 7. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the last of the 3 resolutions appointing council members to boards and commissions. This one, DC 7, covers appointments to over 40, yes, you heard that right, over 40 boards and commissions. I won't read through the list, but I do want to thank Mayor Taylor for your support on this, and thank all of my colleagues for your responsiveness and for working together on this. I especially appreciate everyone's understanding that it is just not possible for council members to get on all of the boards or commissions he or she might like. Also, with 40-plus boards and commissions, supporting all of them requires a substantive time commitment from every council member, and that, too, is greatly appreciated. Anyway, in compiling the appointment list, it's a matter of trying to achieve a fair balance of folks, interests, and priorities with an eye on maintaining continuity as well. I think we've done that and hope you'll agree and will support these appointments tonight. Thank you for your consideration, and thanks as well for everyone's help in pulling this together.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I find myself in an odd situation here. I'm assigned to Recreation Advisory Commission, and I know that started, I was also assigned to that before, but I've never been to one. I know Kathy's been on that, and I wasn't sure if I'm supposed to be an alternate or what on there. I know I'm assigned to that, but I have yet to attend one in my 1 year on council. And so I'm not sure that that's the one for me. I thought I wasn't on there. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't think I was on there previously, and so I'm not sure. Is that, and you've been attending, that's correct, Kathy? Yeah. Yeah, because there's only one seat, really, so I think that's just supposed to say alternate is all for me in that. I just wanted to point that out. That's what my understanding was also, that appointment. And I just also, and this isn't, again, I'm happy to be on here. There's a thing on here called Washington Metro Alliance that I'm on with Councilwoman Nelson, and I'll just be frank again, and nobody knows what that does. There has never been one, as far as I know, in the last 7 years. And so we tried to do a little digging up to see what that meant. And apparently it was something that Councilman Warpowski was on a while back. But it sort of faded into the I don't know what. So I happily accept the responsibility for this appointment that doesn't do anything.
Should they call upon you, you will show.
Yeah, I will serve if chosen, you know, but I don't think either one of us has heard anything from that ever.
Well,
So we did digging around. I talked to some folks at the county, and
We'll
they
keep
didn't
quiet
seem
if
to
you
know
do.
either. All right, well, you know, if there's something out there, we'll take it and make it ours if we can, so, yeah, thank you.
all right, Councilmember Remlawing.
Thank you. I took a quick look at it, and I just realized that I'm on the Urban County Executive Committee as the primary council member assigned. I'm sorry to throw this at you, but I asked for some changes. I stepped aside from the Human Rights Commission for some obvious reasons, but, sorry, well, I doubt that I can take that one on. I apologize for the late notice on this, but I did not ask to be changed
Councilmember
in
Nelson.
my assignment for that commission or committee.
I think I know how that might have happened, Jane, if you were copying and pasting from a previous list. About a month in, we swapped, and I'm now the primary for Urban County. And so,
That's a,
I thought you were looped into that conversation. Maybe you weren't. Maybe maybe that just happened within Urban County.
so can that be friendly?
Okay.
You guys are both good with that?
Yeah.
All right. Further discussion? I'd like to thank Councilmember, since we are completed here, thank you very much, Councilmember Lum. It is a lot of work keeping track of 11 of us. And it is, it's good to have that done and done well, so thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? They are approved. DC 8, resolution to approve Sarah Birch to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank also council members Grand and Remlawi. This appointment recommendation is to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission and is sponsored by the three of us. Our recommendation is that Sarah Birch be appointed to fill the vacancy created when Commissioner Robin Stevens resigned. The appointment is for the remaining term of Ms. Stevens' appointment through May 31st, 2022. I won't speak for council members Grand or Remlawi, but I think it's fair to say that both of us, all of us, believe that Ms. Birch will be a strong contributor to ICPOC for short, and look forward to working with her. We also certainly appreciate Ms. Stevens' dedicated service on the commission. Thank you, Robin, wherever you are. In my view, the commission accomplished a lot in 2019 and is poised to accelerate the pace of progress in 2020, and we look forward to that. Anyway, we hope all of council will join us in supporting Sarah Birch's appointment to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission to fill the remaining term of Robin Stevens until May 2022. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Ramlawi.
Sorry to slight Councilmember Lum in the last vote. I do appreciate all the work that you did compiling those names and the musical chairs, and in getting people assigned on the commissions and boards. Speaking on DC 8, there has been a lot of great work that's been done on the Police Oversight Commission. Sarah Birch scored high. She was one of the original applicants that applied through the Human Rights Commission. She was one of the top 20 names that we reviewed, and she has come highly recommended from the commission itself, and they are seeking to have a full body to do the work that's being asked to be done. So appreciate the efforts that are being made throughout our community on all these boards and commissions, as that's where a lot of the work gets done. That's where a lot of time that we spend in meetings and getting ideas hashed and resolutions and legislation brought forth. So I appreciate everyone that serves on these boards and commissions. It's really goes too often unnoticed and unthanked, and this is just an opportunity to thank everybody who does serve as volunteers, who give up a lot of their time to serve their community.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DB1, resolution to approve Hideaway Lane Plan Project Site Plan and Development Agreement at 2000 Traver Road. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a general comment on this as it refers to the planned project site plan. And I know that, well, I don't know this, but I was told by previous council members that in the past, council was given a bit of a training session on planning and zoning, the functions of the Planning Commission, the ZBA, Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, and so on. And I'm sorry to say that we didn't receive that, and so we've been playing a little, I've been playing a little catch-up with how all this stuff fits together and how it works. And so this might be incorrect, but my understanding was that we have this zoning that creates sort of volumetric requirements, you might say, how big a building can be, where it can be in relation to the lot lines and so on. And that if you fit that envelope, then you get to build your project. No problem. That's the by right. And if you don't fit the envelope, you ask for a variance. And those variances are granted by the zoning board of review, is my understanding, not city council. But since we have this planned project notion floating around, apparently city council has taken it upon ourselves to approve these things outside of the ZBA's purview, which I'm not sure is a responsibility that rests squarely with us under the Zoning Enabling Act. And so I don't have any problem with this project especially, and the variances that are being asked for might be considered slight. But there is no hardship preventing the developer from developing to the volumetric requirements of the zoning for that site. And so my recommendation would be to reject these changes and kick it back to ZBA and let them decide if it's appropriate or not. And I think it's something we should have done on 616, which is why I rejected that notion also. And also, I'll just say about this one, you know, this one, it's not about, my understanding from what I read was it's not about bringing public good to get this planned project site plan. It's about proving that you have in front of ZBA that you have a hardship that requires a modification to those volumetric requirements, and not a self-imposed one. And so I haven't had any residents, this is in our ward, I haven't had any residents come up to me and say they don't want this for any specific reason. But it is my understanding that it doesn't fall to us to make these kinds of changes to our zoning. And so, you know, with all due respect to the petitioners and the need for this kind of housing in that area, I can't support it for that reason.
Further discussion? Councilmember Eden.
I want to thank Councilmember Hayner for pointing out the difficulty with planned projects. And I have no opposition to this project. I will vote to support it, but I really want staff to understand how reluctant I am to use the vehicle of planned projects to skirt the requirements of our area height and placement regulations. And I will take a much more stringent view of the use of planned projects in the future. This particular parcel is zoned R4, and really they're building to a kind of a R2 level of development. So it's less than what could be built here. I don't have any objection to that. But I don't know that using the planned project method of skirting our regulations is really appropriate unless there's a compelling benefit to the city in pursuing the project. So I'll support this one because it really is such a small variation, but I'm really hesitant to use this vehicle in the future.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before making any comments, I do have a question I'd like to ask staff, and I see Mr. Khan here. Thank you for being here tonight. In the response to my question about public feedback, it was mentioned that there were concerns raised at the Planning Commission public hearing related to stormwater and erosion to Traver Creek, and if you could speak to
Yeah.
those concerns? Thank you.
Happy to. Jeff Kahn, Planning and Development Services. I was the planner who worked in this project. One of the concerns expressed by at least one member of the public was that they felt the site was very wet and that it might not be appropriate for development. I'm not sure exactly what basis they made that determination. We don't consider it to be particularly wet. There are a few small wetlands on the periphery of the site. There is Traver Creek flowing on the far western edge of the site, but otherwise the site, from our perspective, is a buildable site. With regard to stormwater, the petitioner is providing a 100-year storm, and it would be outletting into the creek, and that's been reviewed by staff and approved.
Okay, thank you. So I have mixed feelings on this one. On the one hand, I don't believe we should be granting, like Councilmember Eaton just expressed, planned project modifications without receiving a substantive public benefit in return. Staff acknowledges that the public benefits here are minimal, and to approve the project modifications without benefit is a poor precedent, I think, to set, and one I think that we could regret later. Having said that, I do agree with staff that the developers, ask in terms of the two modifications isn't earth-shattering either. It's for reduced rear setback that doesn't impact anyone, as the adjacent property is the railroad right-of-way. And it's for reduced separation between the buildings that according to staff, is consistent with the character of the neighborhood. The proposal also provides 35 units of housing, which is always a positive. It also generates a parks contribution and improvements to 2 of the on-site wetlands. I frankly can see reasons to support and reasons to oppose this planned project. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff and the public who did attend the Planning Commission. A small handful of folks did and shared their concerns, which the Planning Commission was able to discuss. And thanks to the petitioner for actually being fairly responsive in those requests, one of which was to put up fencing around an open pit on the site, which they complied with within 24 hours, which was really a good sign of good faith. Not everyone does that, unfortunately. I'll just say to the subject of the planned project, we lay out these 8 requirements, and you only have to accomplish one or more of them. The one that this developer is choosing to comply with is that the building or parking setbacks is in excess of the minimum required by the zoning district. And I think, frankly, that is, a light ask, but it's an ask that we are making, and it's one that they're delivering on, and that's an issue with our code more than it is this project. And I'm perfectly open and interested in revisiting our planned project, especially as we look to improve our kind of carbon standpoint on private property. I'll just say, I do think that this is needed housing in Ann Arbor. As we talk about this missing middle of housing, it's for folks who have an income, could potentially buy into a community like Ann Arbor, but the housing prices are just out of reach. And inexpensively constructed duplexes are an answer to that. They may not be cheap immediately, but when new construction, is it about the same average price as a home in Ann Arbor? That's a good sign that they'll be approachable to folks in coming years. And I think that's the kind of housing we need to be encouraging. So I'm glad. I think this is modest. I think it's responsibly placed on the site, and I'm glad that the developer has proven to be responsive through the process.
Further discussion? Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, well, I too want to echo some of what's already been said by Hayner, Eaton, Lum, and Ackerman. A lot of residents have been expressing concern that we're using these planned project modifications on a case-by-case subjective basis, and it really should be, according to the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, it should be going through our zoning board of appeals, and that's the appropriate body to be making these decisions. And it's a bad situation brought to us, really, in that this is a good project, as Ackerman said, it's the missing middle and stuff, but the problem is that we're vulnerable if we have a project that we don't like and that is requesting a PPM, and then we could be exposing ourselves to a lawsuit if we decline a future project after we've been doing PPMs before. So for that reason, I would like to echo Councilmember Hayner's suggestion that this go back through the appropriate body, which would be the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I want to say something about this idea that this is a little bit out of place here for us. The idea of sending something back through the process that the law stipulates is not a way to kill a project or hurt a project or anything. And there's been some, I mean, I was just looking at some stuff about Boston ZBA in the news. And so they had 2,600, 2,700 projects go to Boston ZBA. That's how everybody wants in an old city that's being redeveloped like that. Everybody wants a variance. And of those 2,700, only 100 were not approved by the ZBA in Boston. And so it's not some kind of punishment. It's just asking that development fits the requirements that we have in place for it. That's all. Is that not the process that's supposed to happen here? Why have we given and what is the mechanism that gives us this authority and these 8, these 8 reasons that we're compelled to approve something that's outside of our dimensional requirements? I just simply don't understand. Maybe Mr. Postma could answer that.
State law.
So it's completely at our discretion to approve or reject a planned project modification.
We've advised you of these things before. It's not a complete discretion. There are criterion in there, but you have discretion on how to apply it.
Yeah, it seems a little odd to me, and I would like to recommend that as we discuss our budget, and a budget especially for council in the future, that perhaps we could get the kind of being brought up to speed that previous councils had been. It's my understanding that we were given a half-day or one-day class on what it was all about and how planning was supposed to go down. And I talked to Wendy Ramsden a couple years back, and she said, oh yeah, here's a stack of books that everybody on council is supposed to have been given and read. And she handed me a copy of them all. This was several years ago. And I thought, okay, thanks. And so I went through them, and a couple were dated, But it's a lot to put together without instruction. So maybe we could include something like that in the budget to get people up to speed so we know what we're doing here. I would really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm going to support this, and I guess I'd just affirm that I believe that our planned project processes are consistent with state law, authorized by state law, and are wise. I think it's important that we as a council have the ability to be flexible. I think it's important that we as a council have the ability to, within the bounds of law, as the planned project process is, to review and approve projects that, for reasons of geometry and for other reasons, require some flexibility and have some concomitant benefit. To my view, this meets those criteria, and I'm delighted to move it forward as far as I'm concerned. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just would like to, I think the petitioner wanted to address council, and if it's okay with the body, perhaps have the petitioner address us with some thoughts.
Please.
Thank you, Council, very much. My name is Michael Powell. I'm the design engineer for the project. I'm also a trustee in White Lake Township, which is much smaller than Ann Arbor. I graduate from the U of M. And to address your concern, certainly in the past, the enabling legislation did not recognize planned developments. However, it is a legitimately approved and authorized by the state of Michigan to eliminate the need to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for every different little change that the developer might agree with the community. So in the community I represent, we have a planned development ordinance as well, in which the executive body, the legislative body, can in fact see a bigger picture than measuring the distance between buildings or the various other things that goes on, because there's a great deal of additional detail that goes into these big projects or these projects now that it would inundate the ZBA. And I'm on the ZBA as well, and I just left a 3-hour meeting yesterday for that, and if we had to address all of those items, it would have been even longer. And so this is a really important planning item that the state, quite frankly, authorized for communities to be able to adopt, and this particular one. I also want to let the council know that this project was approved in 2013. It consisted of 19, what I say, very large single-family home sites that, quite frankly, the owner has had a change of heart that it would have been extremely expensive and high cost to sell these 19 single-family home sites. He has gone through the process. He's met all the requirements of the Ann Arbor Township, Ann Arbor City zoning ordinance, and he has now greatly reduced the cost of these and made them a much more affordable housing in that area of the city. So again, I'm here to answer any technical questions, but from a planning perspective, this is a really important planning that quite frankly, the city council adopted as part of the zoning ordinance here in the city.
Thank you very much.
So thank you.
What was I have a question. You said you had a technical question. So was the 2 small wetlands that are on that site that are set up for improvements, they called it, but I read what the improvements are. So those were well underneath the square acreage necessary to get any MDEQ input on that, despite its proximity to Traver Creek?
Yes, certainly they were, and we worked with staff. They were along the easterly side of the development, and it was an existing wetlands that the applicant actually enhanced. And then before, as the water came off of the railroad trestle, there was another wetland there that was in a danger of becoming non-existent, and that was rebuilt as well. So we enhanced existing wetlands as well as established a couple new wetlands on site.
Yeah, I think the concerns, I know that some of the concerns of, you may recall that further up or further, depending on what direction you're going, I guess, further south on the tracks there, we had the big washout, right?
Yes.
And there was concerns, because that was a flow over of Traver Creek at the time, too.
Yes. We had that same problem here, and they were totally rebuilt and reestablished, meeting this.
So there's no virgin wetland action here like there was up by Nixon Farms? This is
No,
that-
definitely
Okay, I
not.
thought this was the second wave of that, so.
No,
All right,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Remlauer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DS1, resolution to approve fiscal year 2020 fee adjustments for the Assessor's Office Financial Services area. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Remlauer. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? It is approved. Thank you. DS2, do we have a reconsideration of? Thank you. Reconsideration of. One moment, my apologies. Motion, DS2, motion to reconsider December 2nd, 2019 vote that approved the resolution to approve 616 East Washington Plan Project Site Plan and Development Agreement at 616 East Washington Street. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Ronlali. Mr. Postma.
I'm not seconding anything.
I
but
understand that.
Point of order, I just wanted to point out, Mr. McDonald has sent an advice memo on this issue to the council, and I'd recommend that they take a minute. We were happy to go into closed session, but we've addressed this issue several times in the past.
Has everyone had the opportunity to read Mr. McDonald's views on this matter? Does anyone feel a need to go into closed session on this matter? Discussion of the motion to consider it for reconsideration? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Bannister.
Well, I'm going to explain why I brought it back.
If you wish to say something, you may, of course.
Okay, yes, I would. I would.
Well, you haven't brought it back. This is the motion to reconsider bringing it
Okay.
back. But yes, you can, of course.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking to bring this back, I had voted in the affirmative on this back on December 2nd. But since that time, many of us have received phone calls, visits at caucus, lots of emails from esteemed residents in the community indicating that we had made a mistake on two main issues. One, using the planned project modification in this case is subjective and arbitrary, and the risk is that we are setting a precedent that could expose us to a lawsuit in the future if we declined a PPM. And then the other reason that people have asked us to come back on with it and reconsider it is the issue of the affordable housing. And this project started before we changed our new premium rules, but when we're doing a PPM, we need to get a strong community benefit. And we, on December 2nd, approved 19 affordable units, when according to our new, more robust affordable housing premiums, we would be entitled to more than 70 affordable housing units. And given the magnitude of this building, its size, 208 feet, it's going to be a massive change to the churches in the area and the skyline and the views and the streetscape. So it's a major building, and so at a minimum, the idea was that we should at least get the over 70 affordable housing units that we have agreed to in our new premium rules. And so that was why I was bringing it back, given resident pressure that we should think more closely about the PPM on this, and with an intent of avoiding lawsuits, and then also whether we're willing to, in a sense, do the developers a favor by allowing them the 19 affordable units rather than come on strong on the side of the community benefit, which would have been, which should be over 70 units. So those were the two reasons why I was asking you to reconsider this massive change to our downtown Washington Street, Liberty State area. Thank you.
Further discussion, the motion to reconsider. Councilmember Lum.
I generally like to support reconsideration, and we can have a, full-throated discussion. So I may or may not support the reconsideration. I won't ultimately support revisiting this, and yes, we have, as you've noted, Councilmember Bannister, heard from a number of people who object to what I supported, and others. And I will just say, with regard to this, it is unusual to reconsider a site plan, and we've approved the development agreement, so we've approved a contract. And,
Not signed.
right, but as you just noted, it's not a signed contract, but it would be extraordinary to go back on an agreement like that. And so I'm not comfortable doing that. I do understand that you're saying under the new rules, that we'd get more affordable units if that were economically, if the project would be economically viable to generate the number of units that the new regs would essentially require. This project was in the pipeline before we approved those regs, and I don't think it's appropriate to, change the rules in the middle of the game, to take that approach, which is, we'd be applying new rules that weren't in effect when this project was being reviewed. So that's also a concern that I have. So, thanks.
Councilor Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually won't be supporting reconsideration. I think we got pretty well-reasoned legal advice from Mr. Postema's office. I think there are times when we can take that advice and push boundaries. I think this was well-reasoned, and that I'll end up taking that valuable advice. I think, too, I spoke at length at our last meeting at the beginning of the month about why I supported both the 616 Washington and 212 State Street developments, and people are welcome to reference that. We'll see how this vote goes, and may restate them all for the record, but I won't bore you all now.
Councilor Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Sorry, I sound so hoarse. Like my colleagues have stated, I'm usually in support of offering, reconsideration. But in this case, because of the fact that we have had legal advice stating it's going to cause some significant issues, on top of the fact that there is nothing really new that has come to light since we've taken the vote. There was plenty of public input and due process leading up to the vote. I voted against it. And, it's unfortunate that in my opinion, that it was approved. But unfortunately, I don't see the grounds to bring it back for reconsideration. There is nothing new has come to light to suggest that it should be brought back.
Perhaps we can move on. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on the motion to reconsider. Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Sure, yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion fails.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Lum, second by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of the clerk's report. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time clock. As a matter of courtesy, we may have only one person speaking at a time. And finally, if you require assistance in speaking before council today, we'd be delighted to provide it to you. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
We're going into a new year, and it's going to be election year, and I hope that things don't get personal and things get nasty like they did the last time, but my hopes will probably be dashed on that. But that is my hope, that when people do debate and discuss things, that it is about policies and about issues and stuff like that. But I can dream, I guess. But I just wanted to come up here and wish every one of you a very happy, regardless of your faith or your culture or whatever, that you have a very good, happy holiday and a very happy new year, that You guys are council members, and we can debate about policy, but you're also people, and you're nice people. So otherwise, have a good night.
Thank you.
My name's Ralph McKee. I was one of the impetus for Ms. Bannister's motion for reconsideration. And I guess I just have to say this. I understand the legal end of it. I've read the Lower Town complaint. I'm not a maven of that area. I am, practiced law for 25 years. And I think that needs to be looked at really carefully, because I believe that the Lower Town lawsuit has merit, and that's the exact issue that you have here on this project and on Hideaway and on who knows how many other ones will come down the pike. And I think that to essentially usurp the role of the ZBA, that's a heavy responsibility. There's certainly communities that have, that the city council functions in that same capacity, but that's not what we have. And that's, I think, really needs to be looked at carefully. I'm a member of the church across the street there, and that's going to be dark forever. And it's 28 feet higher than what's allowed. That's a big variance. And I rationalize it by saying, okay, it can be leveraged for the maximum amount of affordable housing. We have a crisis. Everyone on this panel has said there's an affordable housing crisis. Here's a golden opportunity to get a lot of affordable units. It's unfair to the developer. I'm just not buying that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment?
Hi, my name is R. Jeffrey Benko. I live at 213 West Madison Street, just right next door to the Washtenaw Dairy. I sent an email out to the general city council email address and city planning today. Just want to give a little background on that. That's over the last couple weeks I've been trying to understand the ordinance, et cetera, that are going to be impacting the going from a medical permit to a recreational permit for specifically or in general and more specifically for 702 South Main Street, where there's been at least some approval on the special use exception on that. I guess I was basically, from my understanding so far, it seemed like there was only a process of if somebody had a medical special use, that it would automatically be able to get a recreational one. And I was concerned about that, so I wasn't sure exactly how to move that concern forward. So I prepared that email and sent it out. And so I just hope, I realized that there wasn't going to be an immediate response on that, but I would just like the ability there to say, I hope to clarify my understanding of the details with that. If it is that element that it was just a simple means to move from medical to recreational, that I really express just my individual belief that that really wasn't sufficient. I do feel like those are two separate facilities, and they require some additional process in between that, or at least the ability for the public to comment. And then just finally, to be able to understand how that discussion can continue with the right contacts on that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, council. Just a moment. $24,614, $20,495, $83,494. Do any of you know what these numbers are? No? Well, you would have if you had showed up to the community engagement sessions at affordable housing. City staff was there with lots of graphics. I went to 4 of these meetings. I spoke at length with a variety of city staff. 24,614 people live and work in Ann Arbor. 20,495 live here but work elsewhere. 83,494 live elsewhere but work here and commute in here. Now, that just says it all to me, but I have more things I need to get to. I met a 78-year-old man, lives beyond Belleville. He drives to Ipsy to take the bus here to work at a bar for janitorial services. He's looking for a new job because they're doing construction. The Y lot in particular, I learned that the upper floors of the old Y were for low-income individuals, and I encourage you all to take a look at breakingground.org, and that's a fantastic organization from New York City that a woman from the Delana Center I met worked with, and you can see the types of beautiful buildings that add character to the city and also give the most vulnerable in the community a chance at dignity and a place to live. What else do I have? Oh, another thing I've learned at the Delana Center is a lot of individuals that use those services have a fear of the police. So they feel like they're targeted. Let's see. I just like to say, you know, one thing is you really can't stop change. Ann Arbor changes, everywhere it changes. You can only ignore it, you know, bury your head in the sand, whatever. And I'm a resident here expressing my concern for the gross lack of housing in the city. Build more duplexes, please, tiny homes, efficiencies, anywhere I could live, or anywhere people at the Delana Center could live. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Do we have a closed session today?
We do, Mayor. We have a closed session on a written attorney-client privileged communication under the Open Meetings Act and incorporated through the state statute, the Freedom of Information Act. We also have a closed session on land purchases by the city. Thank
We
you.
have a motion, please, to go into closed session on that basis. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion. Councilmember Bannister.
I'm sorry, did we say we're going to go talk about annexations?
You've received communications on that written attorney-client privileged communication, yes.
Okay. I would like to suggest that I am a little uncomfortable in the spirit of transparency and openness. I feel that council should discuss our policy about whether we will be doing these annexations and our policy about how we use our attorney's office resources. Both of those issues are public policy decisions in my mind and should be discussed here at the table where residents have an opportunity to hear how we are using our attorney's office's resources and what our policy is about annexations. To me, if we're going to, you know, I'm sort of uncomfortable that we put the blanket closed session paragraph on our agendas, and MCLA Section H is what we're under. And to me, my question was, you know, do we have limited attorney's office resources?
Councilmember, that's not the discussion. The discussion is advice in closed session. We can advise you certainly on that, but you've gotten written advice, and I think it's best for you to hear that first.
Well, if there's no pending litigation about annexations, and if there's no financial stake in the annexations, I really would prefer, and I'm going to vote against, I would like to remind council that going into closed session is a, I believe, 8-vote requirement, And I personally would much prefer that the residents impacted have an opportunity to hear our thoughts about use of attorney's office resources and the whole policy surrounding annexations.
That's a
Thank you.
separate issue that could be done, that certainly could be done in open session.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Malawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And just to make clear, this is not under litigation, this is under materials exempt under the Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Thank you. back in open session. Motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.